Stage 9 of the Tour de France 2026, and it is a shortened route down to 154.6 kilometers due to a red weather warning here in France in the Massif Central. We are setting off from Malmort going through to Ussel, but we will update you with the changes to today's route as we preview today's stage. Just means that the sprint's coming a little earlier on in the stage, which could make it quite an interesting start. Let's first of all, though, take a look back at what happened yesterday. Well, stage 8 ignited with Liam Schlock, Jeremy Lecoq and Hugo Page breaking from the peloton. Schlock was the strongest, shredding his companions. With 1 kilometre to go, though, the peloton swallowed him up, and that meant that we had a ferocious full gas finish.
Jasper Philipsen qui va être déposé dans un fauteuil. Le retour de Lafcoy au coude à coude avec Max Canter. Toujours Mathieu Van Der Poel à 200 mètres et le retour de Tim Merlier. Oh, Lafcoy qui a lancé, Tim Merlier devant. Tim Merlier, Tim Merlier, Tim Merlier encore. Tim Merlier toujours. Tim Merlier pour la deuxième.
Tim Merlier, winner of stage 7, positioning himself perfectly and producing power unlike anyone else in the peloton, confirming his dominance in the first week of the Tour. He's now only 15 points behind Mads Pedersen in green.
It was a dream to ride once in the green jersey in the Tour de France, but I think he's just too strong. Like tomorrow he can take normally again the 4 points in the intermediate sprint. So I think tomorrow's dream is already again over.
Tadej Pogačar stays in yellow and no changes in the yellow jersey top 10. So, a delight for the Soudal Quick Step team. They were delighted with the way things went. 2 from 2 for Tim Merlier. Yesterday, a quite extraordinary performance from their sprint man. Over 70 kilometres an hour in the run-in to the line. But as I mentioned, there's a change today to the course. Let's hear more about it.
A shortened stage because of the heat, and I can tell you temperature here in Malmort is already boiling this morning. Good morning everyone, good morning Jens. So we said a shortened stage. Actually, local authorities were even thinking maybe to cancel the stage, then they decided just to shorten it. But yeah, what does it mean also for the race today? Actually, we're under the sprinkler, quite nice, huh?
Yes, that thing there just keeps us alive here because it's again boiling hot. But back to the stage. It is even more vicious today for the riders. There's no rolling into finding your rhythm. The first KOM slightly uphill already after 14 kilometers. It will be bang, bang, bang. Start full gas, in the middle full gas, towards the end full gas. It will be one of the hardest days so far with the heat and the profile. So I guess some riders should actually even, despite the heat, warm up on the home trainer.
Of course, and also we're going to have the intermediate sprint quite early in the race, and this is also another thing to consider for today's stage.
Well, that certainly makes it very much more interesting. We're going to walk you through the new stage in just a few moments' time, but yeah, it's certainly going to make a difference to a variety of riders. Mads Pedersen would have already been targeting the stage, especially that intermediate sprint, to try and get some points. Let's see what lies ahead now. So 155 kilometres from Malmort on the outskirts of Brive. Heading through to Bina for the intermediate sprint, nice and early after just 15 kilometres now. Then we've got the Côte de Neuve, the Soucomet, the Côte de la Croix de Paix and Montbessou as well. All of those climbs, a third, a second, a third and a fourth category climb, staying in the course but the route itself being reduced by 30 kilometres due to that heat. And so the riders with a slightly easier day in the run-in to the rest day. What's going to be interesting with 2,860 metres of climbing now is going to be how riders take on that initial part of the day. So we wait to see what the new strategies will be employed. And also, is it going to have any impact on the yellow jersey? Let's hear what our experts think.
It's the last stage of the first week of this year's Tour de France, and so far, Jensi, we've only had 5 teams who have won a stage so far. What can we expect from the tactical decisions of the teams today? Because looking at the profile, even that it's shortened, it looks like a breakaway stage, meaning Jens Vogt.
It does look like a breakaway stage, and believe it or not, even though there's 2 weeks remaining, teams are already feeling the panic that they're running out of days and chances, because TT, mountain top finishes, not really any team can win there, so chances are getting smaller and smaller. Today it will be an all-in battle. Tomorrow's the rest day, so all the sport directors, they will get, virtually speaking, the whip on, go, papa, go, 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 in the break, honestly, you will see that. There will be no giving up until every team is happy or dead tired and cannot go anymore. So I believe it will be a vicious, really hard, hot, vicious stage.
It's no secret that Lidl Trek would like to copy-paste what they did in Foix for Mads Pedersen, but also looking at the GC, Jensi, Matthias Vacek, 10th. He's only 7 minutes, 10 seconds behind Tadej Pogacar. Do you expect that UAE would allow Vacek to take yellow today?
Yes, UAE would allow it, and the 10th place sounds much better than 7 minutes 10 on only 150 kilometers. To gain 7 minutes, that is a big task to ask for. And even though if Lidl Trek and UAE both are happy with the situation, that leaves 21 teams out there hungry for a stage win. So they will not agree with that. So I believe it's just not enough time and distance to regain 7 minutes.
Make sure you watch from the start of the stage. I think we're in for a treat.
Well, it does look like a bit of a treat, and we've been speaking to a number of DSs. Max Walker, 25 today, yet another rider celebrating their birthday on the Tour de France, under the conductorship of Marc Charvet there. Let's go and hear from Stephen de Jong.
Unfortunately, they don't let us sing anymore on the Tour de France.
Stephen de Jong, it's a modified stage today. The sprint comes very, very early, and I'm sure yourselves at Lidl Trek and with Mads Pedersen, you'll be fighting to make sure that no breakaway goes away, and if there is, he's in it for the first intermediate sprint.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, it comes a bit early now. I think I preferred the stage as it was before, because that would have made things easier, clear. And I think Mats there had a really good chance to be in the breakaway already when the sprint was. But I think we should be happy that they finally shortened the stage now with already 3 days of red warning alert. So, yeah.
Talk me through the stage, because it's going to be a big fight for the breakaway. On paper, Mads Pedersen could be up there, but you've also got Matthias Vacek, you've also got Quinn Simmons, who is a potential victor for today's stage. It's going to be a really chaotic start, or am I wrong?
Well, I think I rode the first 14 kilometers this morning, and it's still quite hard start. It's always dragging up a bit, and legs will decide. So I think before the sprint, people will try, but I think in the climb towards the sprint, I think it will be like all slowly coming back together, and if a break goes, I'm pretty confident Mets will be in, and some other guys of us.
What's the winning recipe for today then, on a day like this where it's very hot, those short punchy climbs which are really leg sapping?
Well, we have to divide the team a bit, so we'll have some guys who focus mainly on Mats with the intermediate sprint, and then we have also guys to be ready after, because after the sprint we only have a kilometer of plateau and then it kicks up again. So if we burn all the guys already in the start, then we will have for sure nobody in the break.
How's Quinn Simmons and Matej Vacek feeling ahead of today?
They're looking good. Yeah, they have a very good start here in the Tour, and also today they are up for it.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
So, an open day, an interesting day. Quite a hard day to predict as well. So, what do our experts think lies ahead? Well, it's getting closer at the top of the predictor, thanks to Biniam Girmay. Dariusz Baranovski took 2 more points than Moreno Mozo yesterday. Only 4 separate the two of them now.
There's going to be a big fight for the breakaway, but ultimately it's going to be Captain America, Quinn Simmons, who wins the Stage 4 Lidl Trek. He's going to be there. This kind of parkour really suits him. In the hot weather, with the short, punchy climbs, he's going to be the man to beat today, and he's going to go on and take his first Tour de France stage victory. Come on, Quinn!
My favourite for the victory today is Quinn Simmons. I think the American champion will play his own cards. It's a hard course. We've seen he's in good shape, so my pick is Quinn Simmons. I predict the winner of the night stage will be Mats Pedersen. It's a stage that ends with a successful breakaway. The Dane from the Lidl Trek team needs points for the points classification. I reckon he'll be in the breakaway, he'll fight, and I think he's going to win the stage in Ussel. A bit more of a mixed bag for today. 3 going for Mats Pedersen, Richard Carapaz, Quinn Simmons once again with Carsten Kroon picking him, and Jonas Abrahamsen picked by Carl Friedrich Hagen.
On va se concentrer désormais sur ce point extrêmement important, ce moment de communion entre les coureurs cyclistes du peloton international, entre évidemment le public venu massivement.
So are there to be any changes in the big jerseys today?
On va décompter tous ensemble pour envelopper le peloton international de toute notre appréciation.
Vas-y, Mika, vas-y.
Pour suivre ensemble le décompte officiel.
Furiously hot, 3rd day in a row as we're hearing of a red warning in France. Le Phare de Brive, the Brive Lighthouse, which is now the tourist office. Last 30 seconds then, the umbrellas taken away to the sidelines and the riders get ready to go. It's going to be such an interesting start to today's stage with the shortening of it, and meaning that the intermediate sprint comes a lot earlier on in the stage. It's going to be a real fight, one imagines, to get up to that intermediate sprint, but also be involved in the breakaway. So they're off and rolling. Jonas Vingegaard following the polka dots for the time being. So just over 5 kilometres the rollout today. Tadej Pogačar once again in conversation with Jonas Vingegaard. Most combative rider from the day before, as we take a look at the Stade Amédée Domenech, home of Brive. That pitch looks as though it could do with a little bit of water, a little bit of care. Sitting at the back, Julien Alaphilippe cheered on alongside Bruno Amirail. French riders still chasing that first French stage win of this year's Tour de France. And we are now at stage 9. Benjamin Thomas sitting just inside Bruno Amirail.
À côté de Matteo. Matteo, il fait froid, hein, le champion.
Everyone seems in good spirits. Bruno Amirail with Matteo Jorgensen. We are going to go past a number of other chateaux today. This one, the Chateau of Turenne, the family that dominated everything really in these parts between the 10th and the 18th centuries before they fell out of favour, and as you can see by the state of disrepair there, really got back into favour. You're watching stage 9 of the Tour de France, and riders in the Départ Fictif at the moment. Victor Campenaerts making his way back up towards the front of the peloton. We've heard the opinion of Lidl Trek about what they expect to happen today. Let's now hear from Tom Southam, part of the EF Education setup, and what he expects to pan out.
Today's stage has got breakaway written all over it. Tom Southam, how do you do it on a day like today? You've got cards to play at EF Education Easy Post, but what's the winning recipe?
I mean, the first race is to get the guys in the break. That's the first thing. That starts with numbers. You know, like, we're a team, we're renowned for this, we're good at this, we do it quite a lot at the Tour, but when we put a lot of emphasis on it, we don't, as Andreas says, we're not going to try and dance at 2 weddings at the same time. We've got one job, and it's these breakaway stages, and we're going to try and nail it today.
Which riders are we thinking about in the team? Because you've got, as I say, plenty of cards to play. The crucial thing is there's a lot of teams here who are still without a victory, and they're also fighting for that breakaway.
Yeah, it's the more numbers the better, honestly. And we've got a team, we're in a position now with the GC and stuff, like that game's over. So there's, all of our riders have an option. And the finish, You know, like it really is. It's one race to be there, and then the second race begins, which is how you win the stage from there. Obviously, I think biggest rival for today is going to be Trek, because they could probably do what they did the other day, send Pedersen. If he's got committed teammates, they're hard to beat. But you don't know.
You don't know. But yesterday we already saw Kasper Asgreen try something. We saw him with his aero kit on. Very much the same today.
Yeah, unfortunately, so did everybody else. I mean, like Kasper said on the bus last night, we were laughing. He's like, yeah, I don't think it's the overshoes. I think it's the fact, that everybody knows I'm going well. So it would have been great to have Kasper there yesterday. That wasn't a major target for us, but we really want to make the most out of being aggressive on those days where it could work. And had Kasper been there, I know it's ifs and buts, they would have gone really close to the finish.
The tricolor out on the side of the roads. And once again, good-humoured out on the road with the riders preparing themselves for today. UAE team Emirates, we're not entirely sure what their ambitions are for today. Nils Pollitt is present. Let's now go and hear some more from inside the peloton. Let's hear from Mathieu van der Poel.
Mathieu van der Poel, some impressive lead-outs from you the last couple of days. Close, but no cigar. How is the ambience within the team after the two sponge sprints?
It's quite okay. We have a fun group here. Of course, Jasper is disappointed, which is normal as well. But yeah, I think as a team we did a great job, and we know. I think Jasper is the one that wants to win maybe most of all, so he does what he can, but I think he's just on the limit before he has to launch his sprint, and yeah, there's not much we can do about it.
Who is the funny one at the dinner table? Who is cheering one up?
Edward is always making good remarks, but I think in general we are here with a fun team, so that makes it enjoyable, and we keep chasing the stage win.
You said in the start of the tour, made sure that you were suffering in the heat. The stage is shortened. How are you feeling now with the temperatures and going into a possible breakaway stage?
Yeah, last 2 days was a bit better. Of course, there were also easier days, but hopefully I can be in the breakaway today. For sure, we're going to try with the team as well. I think it's going to be a nice stage.
What about the start with Jasper Phillips and the intermediate sprint? Is it going to be like going into a bunch sprint, you think, with all the sprint teams?
Yeah, I think that Little Trek is going to take control until the intermediate sprint, keep it together there for Mats to have the most point possible, and then afterward, yeah, it will be chaos.
Show must go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, staying in pretty good spirits. We did see those images of Jasper Phillips getting back to the bus yesterday and hurling his bike away in disgust, just unable to find any real form in spite of coming into this Tour de France seemingly on really good form. So yeah, the lack of stage wins will be a concern for Alpecin at the moment, but they'll keep on plodding on. Take a look here at Travasac. Beautiful. All this just after Turenne that we saw a little earlier on at the Chateau de Turenne, but the Pont de Travensac, something that's unique and been turned into slate mines nowadays, and thanks, as we were discussing yesterday, to these incredible drone pictures, something that we can all enjoy in an extraordinary way visually on the Tour de France. Well, for that and for a lot more extraordinary viewing, I think, especially in the opening 50 kilometres of today's stage. Let's go and join our main commentators today. That's going to be at the start, Brian Smith and Declan Quigley.
Cheers, Jonathan. All set to go now at the start of Tour de France, stage 9, heading to the rest day. They get a day off tomorrow, and there'll be plenty of riders looking to give themselves something to feel happy about and content about heading into that rest day. Different agendas perhaps for Lidl Trek and U8 team Emirates XRG, so Brandon McNulty, Tom Screench, and indeed the EF squad, and sorry, UNOX. It'll be interesting to see what Magnus Gort and friends have in mind. I suspect a little bit of attacking. We're certainly going to see some attacking from the Lidl Trek squad. A lot of talk indeed about Mads Pedersen. Got an intermediate sprint coming early on, and this part of France is pretty much on fire. Not in a literal sense, thankfully, but it's really, really warm. John Degenkolb is back in the fray just in time for the riders to roll through kilometre 0. So hopefully we're going to be able to get away and get underway. Flag in and underway. Meteo France has placed the department of Corrèze in Nouvelle Aquitaine on red alert due to the exceptionally intense heat. And in light of this, they have, or it has been decided to adjust the route of this 9th stage. So they've lopped 30 kilometres off it, pared it back to a manageable 154 kilometres for the day, and it'll be fascinating to see and to imagine how that's going to affect. We heard from Jens Voigt at the outset, and he was saying that maybe you needed to be on the home trainer to prepare for the start today, because it ramps up all the way to that intermediate sprint after 14 kilometres. Indeed, the final 3 kilometres into that is at about a 4.5%. It's a grippy little encounter, one that will potentially suit Mads Pedersen a little bit more than the likes of Tim Merlier and others, but Tim Merlier's brace of victories have actually carried him up and within touching distance of that green jersey. So will we see a competition for that intermediate sprint that could potentially include Tim Merlier? Has he got his climbing legs on today? He's within 15 points of the lead of that particular competition. He says no, but who knows? Meanwhile, of course, there's the potential for sustained action in the pursuit of the breakaway, and Brian Smith is alongside the Virtual Sense to run the rule over the riders throughout the day. The double British national road race champion. And Brian, heading to the race day, any bit of energy that the riders have left, they'll be happy enough to use it up on a stage like this.
Yeah, I was looking at this stage today, and the fact it's we're within 14 kilometres of that sprint, and I don't really know if Lidl Trek really want to control this before. You see Tom Squeens towards the front, but if I was in there, I would probably wait until after the sprint to do something to try and get in the breakaway, because I think if Trek keep it all together for the sprints, then I think Tim Merlier and Girmay maybe be taking more points off him, because you've got to remember it's 25 for first, 20 for second. Down into 6th place, you've got 10 points. So I would think that if we came to this intermediate sprint, the likes of Merlier, who's 15 points behind, Girmay 25 points behind on the roads, virtually, that they would be possibly taking the maximum points there. So I think that's why we see Trek towards the front, but not really kind of wanting to keep it all together. I think they would rather these guys take the kind of major points away, and you don't give your rivals the opportunity to take the 25 points or the 20 points. So, but then again, I would think that maybe Soudal Quickstep or someone like NSN would like to control it, because, like I'm saying, Merlier and Girmay would rather take points, because you would think that they wouldn't take points at the end. So this is an opportunity to take 25 points or 20 points. And if Merlier takes 25 points at this intermediate sprint, then as long as Pedersen finishes top 6, he'll still be in that green jersey. And of course, he is one of the favourites of the day. He'll take points towards the end. So it really is an interesting one, this one.
Yeah, fascinating stage in prospect. And the reason we're talking about the intermediate sprint is because it comes so much earlier in the day than was anticipated. 30 kilometres lopped off the distance. I'm looking on HBO Max Multiview, and the temperature is showing on the graphic there, 37 degrees Celsius out there. It really is an intense and pointing heat. How influential, actually, on the experience of the riders today is that reduction by 30 kilometres? It's still 155k. I mean, it's not an exceptionally long stage by the usual experience of these riders, but nonetheless, it's fully 3.5 hours of bike racing for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have a huge effect, Declan. We're taking out, you know, the kind of first part of the stage. We still have the kind of climbs in this, and as well know that. You know, sometimes these kind of slightly shorter stages are a little bit more active. We do have 3 riders in the break. We see Kostju and Stenhauser chasing across to them. In the 3 riders, we've got Quinten Hermans, Alex Kirsch, Oldani. Hermans at 39 minutes, so, you know, no real danger there. And, you know, these couple of riders in the chase, Stenhauser and Kostju, well, they're over an hour down. So for the general classification, but I see that Trek are riding at the front. I'm not too sure in this one, because it just begs the question that if they control this, if they bring everything back, of course I was expecting maybe more from NSN and Soudal to do this, because, you know, let's be honest here, when it comes to a sprint, you know, Merlier is absolutely flying. So he's got a big opportunity to 25 points, and that's going to suit him.
So you don't want to necessarily bring Tim Merlier back. Biniam Girmay either. Will he be available? The NSN squad, how are they setting up for this sprint?
So all the pressure's on Trek at the start. Let them control, let them dictate how they want this first part of the race to go. We just keep our eyes on Pedersen.
Yeah, BDIs, and why wouldn't you? Because Biniam Girmay, Tim Merlier, they haven't been able to do anything about Mats Pedersen in terms of the intermediate sprint competition. That's Pedersen sitting 3rd in line here, and it's the Lidl Trek squad. They are. Can I flip the thinking a little bit around that? Mats Pedersen is being consistently beaten now in those flat sprints at the end of the day, where the big haul of points is available. So it's the intermediate sprints is the focus for Lidl Trek and for him in his bid for that green jersey. So he needs to take every possible point that he can get at an intermediate sprint, because they're the places that he's really going to profit.
Yeah, he's going to take as many points as possible, that's for sure. And he wants to be in with a chance. But the thing is, for me, Declan, that by doing this, it does ask the question on Girmay and Merlier. I think Girmay has been investing a little bit in the intermediates, but Merlier hasn't. He's just been kind of rolling. But this is a different kettle of fish now. This is, you know, 14 kilometres into the stage. This is a, you know, you have to treat it like a finish. And if they do, then Merlier would be ultimately the fastest, so he takes 25 points. So, you know, and then the points drop away a little bit. I just, if I was Lidl Trek, I wouldn't be wanting one of my rivals to take 25 points when I'm taking maybe 14 or 10 or, you know, those sort of things. So I would rather see the bigger points go away and, you know, just give my rivals fewer points. But Lidl Trek obviously know what they're doing, and Mats Pedersen is doing, you know, pretty well in the intermediate sprints. Not so well at the finishes, of course, but, you know, this is a totally different mentality now. If Tim Merlier said he's never had green, he would love to have green, and this is a big opportunity to take 25 points here.
Yeah, Tim Merlier, 2 wins in succession. By contrast, Mats Pedersen rode 12th across the line yesterday in the finish into Bergerac. Today, though, an opportunity in that intermediate sprint. How influential is the parkour going to be, and the fact that the final 3 kilometres up to that intermediate sprint are, I actually just checking my notes here, 5.6%.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard sprint, but I still think that, you know, you can see Alpecin have moved up there, and Alpecin, well, we know that Philipsen has been really disappointed. I really do think this is a big stage for Mathieu van der Poel. He's very capable. He just hasn't shown that, you know, the big form that we normally see. I think he's suffering a little bit in the heat, like many others. So he's definitely up for this one. NSN are definitely there. Soudal moving up a little bit, but you know, this you have to. If I had someone up there in the green jersey, you have to treat this like a finish, and the finishes here have been rather chaotic. Philipsen, well, he's had the best lead out, I would say. Looking at the way that Alpecin, Premier Tep have done the two kind of sprint stages, they've been, you know, in the last 2 days, they've been magnificent. It's just he just doesn't have that kick that he normally has.
Now, a little bit of frustration that you know, Jono was alluding to in his opening comments. We saw that on social. I mean, it was just the tiniest little bit of petulance, wasn't it? And entirely understandable, I think, for a rider who's you know, got higher expectations than 2 5ths and a 4th place from the 3 bunch sprints that we've had so far. For a rider who's won 10 stages in his Tour de France Odyssey, Jasper Philipsen will have expected a little bit more than that. For all that, though, it looked like a pretty good lead out by Mathieu van der Poel. I mean, how much can we read into that in terms of you know, the sort of form that he's going to bring into today? And I have to say that, you know, so much talk about the Lidl Treks. They looked so good, didn't they, on stage 4, wasn't it, when they got the, you know, 3 riders into the break, and a beautiful victory for Mads Pedersen. But yeah, Mathieu van der Poel, I think, for me, is a great option today. Now, how are Lidl Trek controlling?
Nice wake up, be in the front.
Clearly they have a plan, and it's very simply to control the riders up front, and that's going to have a somewhat negative impact on a rider who's had a quiet Tour de France so far, Michael Storer, the Australian, the Tudor Pro Cycling squad.
Just saw a crash there on the right hand side, but Michael Storer just hitting the deck. One of the standard riders just going off the road there. But yeah, that was a little bit earlier when the guys were going on the attack. There was, I think, only Tom Squinch, and I think that was him on the radio. He seems to be a kind of captain on the road, just telling them to kind of waken up a little bit. I just don't think that this is the best for them. You know, I might be, you know, eating my words if Mads Pedersen wins this intermediate sprint, but it is offering up maximum points for Tim Merlier if he wants it. See here, 15 points between him and Tim Merlier, Girmay 25 points, and they know that they won't be featuring in this final today.
Yeah, because it's a super challenging day in its entirety, despite the fact that they've taken 30 kilometres off it. They probably took the easiest 30 kilometres of the day from the total distance, and it is going to be up and down and full on for much of the day. 2,859 metres of elevation gain across the balance of this entire route. First of our 2 stages in the Massif Central, which neatly straddled the first rest day of the race. It'll be a welcome one after 9 full days of racing since our Barcelona départ. And then we'll be back racing again on Tuesday with another even more challenging day in the Massif Central. In actual fact, Aurillac to Le Lioran is 166 and a bit kilometres, but that's got 7 climbs and almost 4,000 metres of elevation. That is a really tough and challenging day. It's going to be another potentially a breakaway day, or could we see even a bit of a GC skirmish in that one? That's to come. 2 days to wait before that, and World Tour racing cyclists, Tour de France racing cyclists tend to take it one day at a time.
I think the reason why Mads Pedersen and Lidl Trek have taken just dodging that van there. I think they're taking it up because it is like the uphill. You've already mentioned that, the kind of uphill sprint here, but I still think early in the race, and you know, the way Merlier and Girmay, they don't mind that from time to time. So I think we're going to see a very hot contest for these points.
So the breakaway of those 3 riders, final rider claimed, the Cofidis rider Alex Kirsch is back in the fold. So we are Gruppo Compatto, as the Italians might say. And how many riders have been distanced here? I suspect that just in the next few kilometres we're going to see a few going south, and with a little bit of a anxiety about the extent of the day. It's these short stages as well that can prove kind of challenging if riders are shipping a little bit of illness, or they've got some injuries. Touch wood, but we've been crash free over the last couple of days, so not too many. Most riders will have repaired the damage, hopefully, that they'll have incurred the first couple of days of racing action, and most riders are fit and healthy heading towards this first rest day.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. Little Trekker at the front here. Pogacar, you can see in the yellow jersey. A lot of blue there of Alpecin Premier Tech. Cantor has been looked after by Astana. Can't really see too much of Soudal for the moment anyway. They seem to be kind of sitting back. So let's see. But for majority of this peloton, if I was a team not getting involved with the green jersey, I would have said right from the start. And that's why we saw a little bit kind of lackadaisical at the start of the stage. That everybody knew how important this sprint was going to be. The onus would have been on Lido Trek, and it is, and everybody was going to wait until after the sprint.
Pedersen handily placed. We're on to the drag now, the challenging bit of this procedure. I mean, how do you feel about them shortening the stage at all? I mean, is it something that needed to be done? I mean, the riders, they've been... I mean, we saw that fantastic image of Victor Campenaerts at the start. He is gone completely away from the long socks, and it almost looked like a throwback to the 1980s with his little short socks, his ankles bare.
I think we don't all,
trying to stay as cool
always
as possible.
see that, but I think it's because the heat that we've had. We've got the red warning in this part of France, and I think they've done the right thing, because even we heard from Matteo Trentin that saying it wasn't healthy at all. But yeah, this is what Lido Trek are trying to do. They're trying to put the hurt on the other sprinters. This sprint, because it is uphill, suits Mads Pedersen, but again, you've got Biniam Girmay there, Jasper Philipsen. Haven't really seen Tim Merlier, which is a surprise in this one.
Yeah, you would imagine that he certainly would have made a bit of an effort to try and stay as close to the front as possible in the approach to this climb, but maybe he's just taking the approach to the Tour de France, that he's going to take his stage wins and just not put undue stress on himself, thinking about that green jersey competition, which you'd have to say would be a little bit of a surprise. But at any rate, I mean, he is the prince of coming with a late show. That was exceptional yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, he looked to be completely out of it with 300 metres to go, and then came like an absolute rocket.
Yeah, he's an express train. See Ben Healy in the left-hand side, number 44 in the pink there for EF Education Easy Post. He's going up there to follow the sprint and then go over the top of the sprint, so there'll be a few using that tactic today.
So watch out for that one. I think you've put the hex on Casper Asgreen, Brian, by spotting a couple of days ago the fact that he was fully aeroed up to investigate his breakaway options yesterday as well. Aero helmet, aero socks. Didn't pay dividends. Everyone knew about it, everyone alive to it. Everyone knows he's going well.
Well, he's not aero helmet on today, but maybe trying to fox the other, riders in the peloton.
A bit of pain and suffering as Quinn Simmons picks it up on the front. Vacek, who's handily placed overall as well, of course, is in the Czech national champions jersey in third place, just making it a little bit further that Jasper Philipsen is going to have to go if he's going to get on terms to score the maximum 25 points. Kilometre to go, and interesting to see Tadej Pogacar maintaining a watching brief, staying close to the front. Here's Merlier, who needs to get up there as quick as he can.
Well, he's in the back, so he's not interested at all.
Yeah. Wants to stay attached. Well, that's the best that he can hope for, but unlikely to score now. Max Cantor also trying to move up. And the U8 Team Emirates XRG squad keeping an eye on this, but not in any way involved or interested. It's Girmay on the wheel of Jasper Philipsen, who's on the wheel of Mads Pedersen, who has two teammates in front of him, Quinn Simmons and Matthias Vacek, to lead out. So the top three riders in this battle for the points competition are handily placed to score more, but what's the distribution of points going to be?
I think Girmay, we see Merlier just struggling a little bit here, and that's the reason why. Just a little bit too difficult in this climb. He did go really deep yesterday. But I just think that Girmay is probably the biggest danger for the green jersey, Pedersen.
So they get themselves organised now for this sprint down to the final 300 metres. It's going to be the late show on this one because it is an uphill sprint. Vacek is going to have the honour of leading out Pedersen, who's opened up a little bit of daylight, and Girmay has spotted that late, so he's going to find it difficult to get to that green jersey. It's going to be a relatively easy 25 points unless Girmay can come with something special in that final 100 metres. There's a grind to the finale, but the riders who sit first and third in this particular competition, well, Girmay is going to move up to second, but Mads Pedersen is going to extend his advantage.
Watch for over the top.
Let's watch for this one.
Yeah, well, it was the severity of the uphill drag that meant that you know, Pedersen put his team on the front. If it wasn't for the uphill drag, and you know, they really went at a pace, you know, there's gaps absolutely everywhere. You know, that was the reason why they took it on. And I think Steven de Jong rode the first few kilometres, so you know, he recognised it was hard enough to be able to do that, and it worked for them.
Look at these names. Pidcock's appeared, so too has Ben Healy, and Mathieu van der Poel as well. Others starting to make their presence felt, spotting the opportunity, rolling over the top of this one, and there's a sort of a brief plateau, and it kind of goes again for another couple of kilometres. So the pain and suffering for those at the back or on the back is set to be extended for a little while.
Yeah, definitely there. You know, we got a lot of riders going with the sprints and trying to go over the top of the sprints. So really interesting to see that. This is Chris Harper at the back for Pinarello. Voikelin also involved here.
That's a good climber, and no surprise to see the Netcompany Ineos squad, who've had not quite the Tour de France that they would have hoped for. Went close on day one, of course, with the team time trial. Since then, it's been sort of hit and miss for them. And they will see a huge opportunity in this one as a select group. No surprise as well, the EF Education Easy Post squad. And
yeah, Carapaz, Castrillo is in there as well. That was Jon Izagirre. They haven't managed to, you know, get any gap at all, but you know, this is a real good time, and this is where we'll see a lot of action, a lot of riders attacking to get in front. Of course, you have to have the legs to do that, but interestingly, Tom Pidcock really up for this one today.
Yeah, Kevin Vogeland showing at the front, Carapaz, as you say, and that's EF Education jersey. The latest one to appear is Ben Healy back towards the front again, waiting and watching for the next attack to come.
Mark Hirscher there for Tudor. First time we've really kind of seen him. Filippo Ganna comes to the front, puts the pressure on.
Now another opportunity to create something. The power coming from Top Ganna here.
Van der Poel on the move.
Engelhart as well. Mathieu coming across. The road will decide in large measure. Parry Pontre also trying to see what he can achieve here.
Yeah, Raul Garcia there for Movistar. So they get 6 riders with a very slender advantage, and everybody will recognise, I think, for me, Mathieu van der Poel, maybe a bit of a target on his back. Everybody knows that this is a stage that's going to suit him.
Malher with a shake of the head and say, well, yeah, I don't need this, and I don't need the attention of a camera right now, but he does at least have a little bit of company, and they'll stay as close to this group as they possibly can for as long as they possibly can, because, as I say, this is a challenging and demanding day for everyone. Making the time cut, if you find yourself suffering, could be a little bit difficult, and plenty of riders not yet willing to let this go. This one's set to run and run for a while, this battle.
Yeah, 100% here. Carapaz, I think, is just pitching across here. I think also Maxime Van Heels was involved with the action. Bra Afonso as well for Groupama. So this is the group out the back, saying that at 59 seconds is other groups here. They will eventually come back, but they'll be hoping that the breakaway goes soon, because they'll have a harder chase.
Actually, we just had a little bit of an update on that situation, and there's a statement from the CPA, that's the Riders' Union, stating that the time cut has been raised by 2% today. It's now officially extreme weather protocol situation, and they want to have a meeting with all stakeholders for 2027 as the heat wave becomes more and more frequent. So that's a story that's set to run and run here. What do we do? Do we start racing earlier in the day, but then we probably end up sort of finishing in the middle of the day? Early, run a bit later in the day, shorter stages, move the Tour de France to June. I mean, what can you do to change this?
Yeah, this has been going on for a considerable amount of time. You know, it's always been at this time of year, so very, very difficult. This looks like Kiberi of Bahrain victorious. Voigtland on the right-hand side. Pidcock still up there towards the front. Tim Wellens is just keeping an eye on things on the left-hand side for UAE Team Emirates. Vácek, the Lido Trek rider also. You know, this is another stage that suits him. I'm not too sure if he'll be allowed, though, to go in front.
Well, a little bit of a headwind to face here as well, as riders take the opportunity to grab a feed bag, while a breakaway is yet to fully establish itself, and that means that George Bennett is not going to stand on ceremony here. He's going to take his leave of the rest and sees this momentary stall as an opportunity.
Kwiato from Net Company as well, going for this one.
Michał Kwiatkowski, Tour de France debutant back in 2013, one of the most experienced riders in this bike race today, the former world champion from the Net Company Ineos squad. And Picnic Post NL trying to put a rider in here as well. They've had a quiet start to the affair. Pavel Bittner, though.
Yeah, this time at the front it looks like
him yesterday.
Carlos Verona. Just kind of closing things down a little bit here. These three riders have got together, but Lido Trek with nobody there, just want to keep the gap down. Damien Howson is there. He shakes the head, Damien Howson. He just made that effort there for Pinarello to get up to Kwiatkowski and Bennett, and on the limit, so shake of the head, and he can't contribute for the moment.
It's very looking good. Again, another team that's needs to try and find something from the event. Lenny Martinez, though, handily placed 8th overall, and with designs and hopes on the mountains competition, so twin-pronged assault for him. Phil Bowers managed a 6th place finish, but that's probably the best that they've managed to achieve so far. Antonio Taveri, 29th overall, just under half an hour down, so nice opportunity for him.
You saw Kwiato just on the radio there before we moved away to the shot, but I think he was just on the radio to say, what are you doing? There was a NetApp rider, you know, when you look behind at the front of the main peloton there. So yeah, a little bit of indecision from some of the teams, and Gregoire jumps across the gap, so we get 5 riders in front. Tom Pidcock trying to come along, Vácek also included here, so Victor Campenaerts looking at this one as well, but looks as if it's all coming back together again.
Yeah, Victor Campenaerts, he of the aero ankles, has decided that he's going to try his luck today. He's been given a little bit of space to express himself. Team Visma Lease bike squad showing some interest in this one, despite the fact that they're sort of pretty much 99% focused on supporting their man 2nd overall in the general classification, 2nd overall in the bike race, Jonas Vingegaard. That one's controlled, though, and the next one comes.
Yeah, can be a long start with even these top GC teams. They might be happy to give one of their guys a chance. I can see UAE picking today as a chance to let Wellens or someone have a go at the stage before they're back on duty. So Campenaerts is someone the same.
As if to echo what we were saying about Victor Campenaerts appearing at the front.
Yeah, he'll be looking at it for sure. They know that they're up against it in the GC with the way that Pogačar is riding. That was Sharmik and Brafonso. Now we've got the British champion Fred Wright towards the front there. Van Hils also getting involved. Kirsch, well, he was one of the first attackers of the day for Cofidis. Louis Vervaeke is getting involved here, but as we look further down here, more riders are making it to this group, and it's back together yet again.
Oh, yeah, it must be semi-soul destroying, really, when you launch this enormous attack and you think, well, that is just as incredible intensity. The latest from Julian Alaphilippe, 6-time Tour de France stage winner. How popular would that victory be? But, an attack that barely gets you off the front, just millimeters of an advantage. And you're just waiting and waiting and hoping that this is the one that's going to make the elastic snap.
Yeah, Nelson Oliveira from Movistar there, Alex Kirsch. Well, this is the about the third time he's tried to go on the attack, but a good moment to go. But I'm pretty sure there'll be other attackers trying to join them.
Hard to see the break of the day ending up as just 3 riders. I mean, stranger things have happened. Patterns hard to discern, but we would expect that it's going to be a relatively large break today.
I would think so, because everybody knows after the sprint was dealt with, it was an opportunity, and a big opportunity for a lot of teams. You got to realise that the time trial, maybe the other kind of big mountain stages, this is a big opportunity and a star stage for a lot of these teams, because we don't have a lot of opportunities for the breakaways, and a lot of the riders in this race, and this is a big opportunity for a lot of them to try and get something out of this race today. But you can see that Bruno Armeirai towards the front as well for Visma. So there's a few of the GC teams looking to infiltrate this breakaway.
Yeah, just to echo the comments that we heard from the NSN squad a little bit earlier on, that it's going to be interesting and potentially challenging. And if you're looking for riders and looking for jerseys to link up with, that some of those big name GC teams, UAE and Visma Lease Bike, are going to give one or two of their riders permission to investigate their options with the rest day to come. Alex Kirsch with a little look around. The Luxembourg rider, as Brian says, he's been very active in the early stages, the early moments. So Sanders Holland Johannesson has also cruised up and on and into this one. Nelson Oliveira rolling through. Just a little bit of daylight emerging here. Meanwhile, Tim Merlier has dropped 1 3/4 minutes off this particular group, the main peloton. He's also dropped 40 points away in the battle for the green jersey competition. Brian's going to take well-earned break, and in for the next phase of competition is John Mould. Has been watching with fascination and great interest. It's now a 30-point lead over Biniam Girmay for Mads Pedersen in the green jersey competition, the points competition. And Tim Merlier now 40 points back. So objective achieved for the Lidl Trek squad. They've got what they wanted from the first part of the day, but they're not part of this breakaway, and you can be fairly sure that we're going to see a Lidl Trek jersey or two attacking very shortly. Short stage today, and just 130 kilometers remaining, John, and the break not quite yet firmly established. We're going to see plenty of attacking just yet for a while to come.
Yeah, with those interviews we saw right at the start, before the stage started, how many teams had put a pin in this. We need to get in the breakaway today, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Brian was just saying the same. Everyone, there isn't many opportunities for the breakaway, and today I think every team, even the likes of UAE, might even think, okay, we can put a rider there. There's an opportunity maybe for McNulty, for these kind of riders, and then of course you see Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe and Visma Lease Bike all there or thereabouts in the chase or the attempts for the break.
And the fact that they're not present right now, this will, I mean, it's a funny one, isn't it? You've got to, it's how much mud you can stick at a wall, throw at a wall, and to see what sticks, isn't it? It's in some ways chess on wheels. In other ways, you've just got to keep throwing it up the road and see what happens to fit. And there are so many teams that have an agenda here, so many riders that have a belief. Not among them, obviously, Juan Ayuso. He's 5th place overall, so he's going to track in the wheels. Similar to Tadej Pogacar, Jonas Vingegaard, the other top 6 riders, the other main GC contenders, they're going to be just watching and keeping their powder dry. This is not perceived as a GC day. I mean, to the casual fan, and so many fans that are coming in watching the Tour de France this year, maybe the first time this year that they've watched with great intensity and interest professional road race cycling. Why exactly is this not a day for Tadej Pogacar to try and add time, or for the other GC rivals to try and take some time from him?
The climbs aren't too difficult. So we have 4 categorized climbs. So they categorize how hard they are. We have a 2nd cat, a 3rd category, and a 4th category climb. Of course, above that there's the first categories, which are really hard, and then even the horse category, the out of category. That's how difficult they are. So it doesn't have those big tests that allow those climbers, like we know, the GC contenders like Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar. So this is an opportunity in a way for those riders out of general classification, try to make a breakaway, and the gaps now to a lot of the riders are a long way down, so the GC, that yellow jersey, is safe. So they're allowing riders to go up the road who aren't in any danger of taking the leader's jersey, and they go out and battle for stage victory.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of Pogacar and that, he can roll along the wheels, and his rivals similarly. It's just, they're just not steep enough to make the difference. However, that doesn't mean that this racing isn't absolutely full on at the front, and those riders that are cutting into the wind are making a significant investment of energy in this relatively short stage. How much does the fact that the stage has been reduced, how's that going to change the balance of how this stage tactically is going to play out?
It hasn't changed too much on the way the whole day was looking, actually. It hasn't made a massive difference. It hasn't changed too much. Made it actually shorter. Made it better for the breakaway, if anything.
Attacks are still coming hot and heavy on this 9th stage of Tour de France. We're in the Massif Central today in Corrèze, in Nouvelle-Aquitaine, and well, we're making our way from one new stage town, Malamore, to another first-time Finnish town, Ussel, and another searingly hot day of racing, 37 degrees Celsius and the rest today, and riders in various states of excitement throughout this peloton, and off the back of the peloton as well. There's a group including yesterday's stage winner. Indeed, he went back-to-back yesterday, and now he finds himself floundering. It's tough old. I mean, you don't get too much time to savour the moment, do you? As Tim Merlier finds himself almost 2 minutes down on this peloton, and the early break has still not yet quite established itself. And we heard, it was a nice look at another beautiful chateau here and little village around it, but we heard that the Riders' Union, the time cut has been extended by 2% today because of the weather conditions. It's officially an extreme weather protocol day. They haven't just reduced the distance, but they've also made the time cut a bit, and that's kind of important, isn't it? With, you know, shorter stages counterintuitively are actually potentially a little bit more of a banana skin when it comes to the time cut. But also the Riders' Union want to have a special meeting with all stakeholders. That's race organisers, the UCI, everyone involved in this one, the teams, of course, to see what they can do, or what needs to be done, or what are the potential, how do we address the challenge as heat waves become more and more frequent.
Yeah, this is a ongoing factor. The heat extreme weather protocol seems to only worry about really cold weather at the moment, in my opinion. Which is very good, needs to, but it really concentrating on snow, ice, and the really cold weather. We never really saw it implemented in the extreme hot, and the more and more we see it, as we all know, we do have a lot more common hot weather. We always do, especially at the Tour de France, but even at the Giro d'Italia this year, the Dolomite stages, I remember what you'd expect as being cold and wet, they were up above 35 degrees as well, and that was in May. So it's yeah, definitely something the CPA, the Riders Union, are trying to implement and protect these riders.
I mean, fundamentally, does it need a complete shift in the calendar? You know, moving a month left or right and move the whole thing? I mean, that radical surgery like that would be difficult to enact, wouldn't it? It would need so much cooperation.
Yeah, it'd be too difficult to put in place, because it's not just the big races that we see on TV that will be affected. It'd be all those other smaller races around the world that would have to change their timings. And there's enough smart people involved in cycling that I'm sure we can get to a good idea.
Could you give me a list of the smart ones? That'd be useful. What about early starts? 8 a.m.
exactly.
starts?
This is, I think, exactly what the CPA were meaning. They want to have a meeting with all the stakeholders, race organisers, UCI, riders, fans, you know, to get an idea of how things can be implemented and how can we do it better, simply.
How can we do it better is probably the motto that was on the Tutor Pro Cycling bus yesterday, because Julian Alaphilippe has attacked, he's attacked again, and he is attacked again, and he's up the road. Hugo Page, I think it is, or is it with him at the moment? Yeah, for the Cofidis squad. Well, albeit that one's controlled, just as I give them the mention in dispatches, and the latest attack comes. This time it's Team Picnic Post NL trying to create something.
At 111 kilometres to go, so in around 11k from now, we make a left turn onto the first third category climb of the day, and it goes to a really narrow, small road. That climb is 2.3k at 7.2%, and I think that's where we'll see the breakaway finally get established. Every DS is going to be saying exactly the same in the ear to all these riders, but at that point, if you get there with numbers and you get that small gap, you get onto that climb, you ride full gas, you have to make a big effort at that climb to really snap the elastic, and that's where I think we can really finally see a breakaway being allowed to go, or hopefully be then established.
So then why attack now? Are these riders maybe less confident in their current form and strength, and maybe just trying to get up the road ahead of the anticipated scrap?
Exactly that. I think a lot of the riders who aren't the best climbers will want to have a little bit of a gap, knowing that those riders, like we've seen, like Alaphilippe, is really active. But if you can't match Alaphilippe up a climb, or you can't match Pidcock, for example, on this climb coming up, you want to be just ahead and know that the break will likely come across. You also see Alaphilippe, how good he is downhill as well as uphill, as he's just ridden away from the front of that peloton.
That's a terrific view, isn't it? I mean, you got that angle from the camera on the moto as well, but he really threw himself into that right-hander, and it took it all the way to use all the available tarmac on the exit of the corner as well.
So 2 from Tudor.
Yeah.
Now?
I think it could be Haller, Marco Haller. What a great engine to have, and an experienced rider if it is. It has managed to infiltrate. It is indeed the Austrian near vet. Well, he is a veteran, really, isn't he? At this point, indeed, both these riders have been around the peloton a while at this point, and why not put a duo up front ahead of this climb to come? As we've been told, it's the first of 4 classified climbs today. A couple of Cat 3s. We've got a Cat 2 as well, the Souk Oumai, which is a 4-kilometer climb at 7.7%. 4th category climb is the final one of the day, and that ends with 24.5 kilometers to go. So it's a sort of a traditional sawtooth profile. It's slightly milder in character to the one that they'll encounter on Tuesday, but nonetheless a huge opportunity for the breakaway today. And well, 2 riders from Tudor combining total focus, total cooperation between them at the moment. Meanwhile, tapping along at the back And tapping along is probably not the correct phrase, because I suspect they're feeling that start a little bit. Luke Plapp was at the back of the main peloton. A nice bit of coordinated square bashing there from the gendarmerie.
Is it the logo of the gendarme?
I was trying to, yeah.
I think
it's not
so.
a bicycle.
No, it's definitely not a bicycle.
It's not a drivetrain.
Yeah. I thought it was a human, like a person at first, with the arms and the legs. But I'm pretty sure that was the gendarme logo.
So Marco Haller and Julian Alaphilippe clear at the moment. Haller is 35 years young, and Julian Alaphilippe 1 year his junior. A lot of eyeballs on this man with Quinn Simmons. Just a little bit of a get-to-know-you moment with Damiano Caruso, who's not exactly in the first flush of youth. He's the oldest rider in the bike race, of course. 38 years of age. Top 10 finisher, in actual fact, Damiano Caruso. Down at the back of the peloton, not too much interested in trying to see what his opportunities are, but he's the kind of rider that you wouldn't be at all surprised to see on a day like today if the legs are in it. I think this is his final year in the peloton. And the bunting's out. It's a big day coming up in a couple of days' time, of course. Bastille Day coming on Tuesday. It'll be celebrated in the Massif Central in our stage to Le Lorient. A little bit of a fracture. The Tudor riders will be thrilled. Got Godon, by the looks of things, for the Net Company Ineos squad has arrived into this one. Simply Hessman. Familiar figure of Dorian Godon.
Yeah, it looks like quite a big gap there. So, just to remind you, 6 kilometres from this point, we make the left turn and start that third category climb of the day. Just to remind everyone, 2.3k, average of 7.2%.
It's a grippy one, isn't it? It's just long enough at that kind of a percentage to cause several riders difficulty, and therefore it creates an opportunity for the likes of Van der Poel and Ben Healy. We saw in that classic try and roll into something after the intermediate sprint early on.
I think it's quite a nice opportunity, because what it means is actually we have a really a strong breakaway. If it is established on that climb, then it's on strength and on form. It's not an easy one that rolls away. This is where breakaways that go to the end really seem to form, because that's on a climb where everyone's on the limit, when you have the best riders then who can survive, make it into the breakaway.
It's sort of the road makes the selection.
Yeah.
At that point. Meanwhile, there'll be a few frantic riders in there, just hoping and wishing. Georg Zimmermann at the back for the Lotto Intermarché squad. Wonder what the legs are like. Only he knows for sure. Might be grand, might be okay, might be pretty much on the limit, and worried, a little bit anxious about these climbs to come. First of our climbs starting at 111 kilometers to go. So that's what, about 400 kilometers. This 4.5 kilometers down to that one. Second of our climbs at 84 to go. And 61 and 25, so they're nicely separated, with a few other lumps and bumps along the way on a day with almost 2,900 meters of climbing across the length of the day. For Zimmermann, you're in the line here, and there's no thoughts of moving up for a little while.
No, he puts his hand up as well to pick a bottle.
Well, make the most of it, I suppose, if you're back there.
Yeah. It's one of those days, if you're not feeling great or you're not going for the breakaway, you just, some days, if you're struggling as well, you just sat on the wheel just hoping, please, breakaway, just go. I just need to sit up and relax. But you just have to keep fighting, because you know if you get dropped, it's a lot harder day.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's not so obvious to see the differences between them, but we're going to see them pretty soon. Felix Engelhardt didn't, when he tried to get into the break, he hasn't made it in so far. So therefore, he's decided to drill it on the front of the peloton for a little while. Jim-Jayco Alula trying to create something ahead of this climb. Pace is pretty full on, isn't it? 48 kilometers an hour. They're already starting to rise. You can tell that road is gripping a little bit. What will Jayco Alula fancy doing here? We've seen Ben O'Connor on the attack in days past. We saw Luke Plapp at the back of the bunch. Great Luke Plapp style day if the form is in it.
I spotted Michael Matthews just making his way towards the front as well. It's good rider to be in the breakaway. Get to hear from the Tudor Pro Cycling team.
Okay, guys, full gas through the village, very technical, then we see.
Well, that was the instruction just ahead of the village that we've seen, and well, what they've seen is they've got a 15-second advantage. Not a lot, but it is certainly enough to keep them entertained and invested here. Marco Haller at the back will be thrilled, I think, that Dorian Godon has come across to this one. Asparen has also joined in. He's at the front at the moment for the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. Michael Hessmann, the German rider with the Movistar team, drills it on the front, and Julian Alaphilippe about to take his turn. There'll be no one found wanting just yet as they continue to extend their lead. A couple of kilometres now to the foot of that 2.3 kilometre climb, at which point we're expecting all hell to break loose in this main peloton. As if it already wasn't. It's just the merest hint of a little stall here. That yellow jersey appears. Tadej Pogačar needs to be ever vigilant, despite the fact that he has no particular, and I'm making an assumption for him, but no particular interest in getting into any move today. It's not a day we're expecting for the overall contenders, but he needs to stay close to the front, because you can end up on the wrong end of a split and your rivals are up the road, and they'll take any cue or invitation given to them by any misfortune that might be visited upon their rivals.
See the teams coming to the front to try and close things off, haven't we? But I do expect some counter-attacks on this climb. The riders who are just in position.
Pinarellos are represented, so they might not necessarily be on the attack here, but they'll cover anything that's going, if they can. Riders trying to peek their way out. These roads, I've seen so much of it, haven't they? The white paint in evidence.
Yeah, it's actually that with the white paint, it's authorities from the French authorities to keep the roads cool. Quite interesting. I've got a bit of a stat for that. We'll go into that bit later. There's a bit more racing going on right now, but we'll come back.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
Well, it's still going flat out at the moment as they try to establish an early break of the day. We do have 5 riders up front who've got a narrow advantage over a peloton. We're just hitting the lower slopes of the first classified climb of the day. 4 classified climbs along the way on day 9 of Tour de France 2026. Hessmann, Asparen, Godon have joined up with the 2 riders from the Tudor squad. It's Julian Alaphilippe, the crowd's favourite, and Marco Haller. Godon will have a few fans in the crowd along the road as well. And these riders now, this is where they make the left turn and onto the climb proper. The first of those difficulties to be encountered. 2.3 kilometres, 7.7%. Not the toughest climb they'll face in Tour de France by any means, but nonetheless it is going to be an important opportunity, or more particularly it's an important challenge for these riders to continue to stay clear. 21 seconds is not much of a lead.
No, the perfect gap for those counter attacks from behind to try and jump across. Still, I think we'd be happy with a few more riders out front. We see XDS Astana. They'll be setting up Higuita, or even Vinokurov, or Harold Tejada. We see George Bennett, the New Zealand road race champion, now trying to make a move to jump across.
George Bennett already active in his efforts to race clear, and just I think also trying to see who he's going to take with him. Tom Pidcock among them is starting to gravitate near the front, and Pidcock it is who launches again to try and stretch clear, and I don't think it's going to be long before these riders are up. Paré-Pontre also joining up with this one. Valentin Paré-Pontre for the Sedal Quick-Step squad, trying to make it a triple for them after Tim Merlier's glories in the previous couple of days. His group now approaching 3 minutes in arrears.
Just expecting on this climb at some point the elastic will just snap and we'll see a group go away, maybe just over the top, just when you think it's all over. But that group of 5 nearly caught by the peloton now.
Yeah, that group was unlikely to survive to the top of the hill. Have they been able to sort of throttle back and get set to go again? Asparen is looking around cautiously, waiting for these riders to race through the gap, and indeed he's got team representation close to the front. That's Tom Pidcock. So Asparen settles in to try and set the tempo here for Tom Pidcock and create a little bit of a fracture at the front. Well, it hasn't quite done that, and rather than going over the top of this breakaway, they continue to set a challenging tempo, and it's going to be tough for other riders to move up at this point. So maintaining a position close to the front of the peloton is probably the order of the day, and wait to see what's going to happen a little bit closer to the top of the hill.
And at the end of the categorized climb, we go onto a bit of a plateau actually for almost 2k. It goes flat for around 500, 700 meters, then it starts to climb again. Nothing crazy, just around just under 3% average gradient. So the top of the climb now in the 1 kilometer, but it's not directly into a descent. So I think Pinarello Q36.5 are doing the right thing, just trying to keep the tempo really hard, and when everyone is on the limit, that's when Tom Pidcock can really just go over the top and establish that break.
Well, Asparen has set himself up very nicely indeed. Fellow Briton Max Walker, the birthday boy, by the way, 25 years of age, is suffering a little bit down at the back of the peloton at the moment with friends like that and all that. AF Education Easy Post rider is going to try and stay as close to the front as he possibly can as Pidcock hits. It looks like Ramses De Bruyne is there in position as well. Sean Quinn in the pink of the AF Education Easy Post squad to put himself into a position. That is Aguirre as well, I think, the Spanish veteran, who's also looked pretty strong in the early moments of this stage. And close to the top of the hill. This is stretched it taut. And the hills of the Massif Central will be followed, of course, by the Vosges and the Jura before they head to the Alps on the final weekend and the final week of racing. Nothing held back ahead of this first rest day. 9 full days of racing in their legs, so it's as long as you go in world cycling, actually, without any sort of a break. So we'll be feeling it. Yannick Boissard is the Tudor Pro cycling rider who's just started to make an appearance close to the front, and Tom Pidcock's taken them for a little bit of a dance. He's making this climb about 25 meters longer than it would be by sort of weaving around a little bit, hoping that someone's going to take it up on the front.
Just got to stay alert here, because at some point Everyone now is really on the limit, so this is the perfect time to almost just clip off.
Jorgensen, a couple of riders in the Visma Lease bike squad starting to appear at the front. We haven't seen them for a little while. It's Jorgensen that just floats up onto the wheel of Valentin Paré-Pontre, stage winner in 2025. He fancies setting the tempo, or maybe a little bit more over the top of this climb. And there are, of course, 2 points available for the King of the Mountains competition. A maximum of 10 points available on the day. Tadej Pogačar seems destined to continue to lead that competition. Indeed, I think it would have had to have been Jonas Vingegaard to take the maximum points today, were he to be unseated. Vingegaard, of course, is wearing that Mountains jersey, albeit not leading the competition. And fair old gap in the peloton there. Quinn Simmons just has to fix that little fracture, but that ought to be no real challenge at all. Meanwhile, Magnus Cort down the back of the peloton. Vauquelin goes again. Nick Company, Ineos man. Deciding to take a little cut through the line where they awarded points, the road continuing to rise slightly.
Yeah, we have a little flat section, but then we start to climb again. The actual descent begins at 105 kilometers to go, so we have around 3 kilometers kind of on this plateau before we start the descent.
Some big names appearing there. Vauquelin and Jorgensen with a little bit of daylight. Pidcock has a little look around. Who's going to ride across? We saw Sean Quinn close to the front on the climb.
Like Ben Healy.
It could be Carapaz actually, or is it Ben Healy?
Looks like Ben Healy. Look like the. Yeah, it's quite hard to tell apart actually. Carapaz and Healy. They got the same front. Maybe Carapaz a bit more tan than Ben.
I think Ben's head tends to be cocked at a slightly more acute angle.
Depends how hard he goes. I think he goes as he gets further and further into the race. It just it starts going more and more to the right.
Yeah,
it works though. It works.
Goodness me, how it works. He's had a quiet Tour de France so far. He's been leaking time day after day. Did have a go on the big Tourmalet day, but didn't work out early on. So he relatively quickly pulled the pin on that one. He tried the day or two before that as well, but so far hasn't spotted the big opportunity and hasn't managed to close the gap to Jorgensen and Vauquelin. They're going to be rejoined by the main peloton. That was Van Heels that closed the gap there. He's on flying form, isn't he? The Belgian rider with the Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe squad. Down the back of the peloton, and somebody's going to have to close that gap. Ici, c'est le Caez. Super warm today. Largely a rural department in eastern Nouvelle-Aquitaine. Wooded hills, deep river valleys. We're going to see a medieval village or two today. It's very much part of the historic Limousin area. Might see a cow or two, I suspect, today as well. Emil Verstringe, the back of the peloton. Felix Engelhardt, we saw him on the front on several occasions. How quickly it changes on a day like this. As so many riders invested, and you can find yourself on the attack and then very quickly out the back in almost a matter of moments.
Yeah, that's exactly what you can see with Alaphilippe there as well. He was away through that village in that group of 5 ahead of the peloton. Now in a group out the back. The descent just starts, so we go over the highway here, and then that's where, just after this next corner, that's when we start the descent. It's quite a fast one. It's around 3 kilometers around 7%. Quite a small group, a good selection there is what is remained of this peloton.
Kasper Asgreen had a look, didn't he, in the last couple of days. His opportunities to go clear of the main peloton didn't prove fruitful. Now he's at the back trying to see who's going to be the next rider to show a little bit of interest. Searingly hot day in the Corrèze. Absolutely beautiful at Beaulieu-sur-Dordogne. I think that's a beautiful destination for a riverboat. Done a little bit of the long canal boat style that they have in France. It's like a slightly bigger version of the things you'd see on canals in Ireland or the United Kingdom. I've done a little bit of that, and it's absolutely just serene. So wonderful. It's a peaceful part of the country. Oh, there you go. There's a big old boat. A little bit like that. Well, Jensi's out on the motorcycle today. Another searingly hot day. Let's get his update and thoughts on the early moments of this stage.
Alrighty, here we are. Lots of attacks, and the terrain is hard all day long, a little bit up and down. Fairly rough, slow rolling surface, like tough surface. Some of it is almost melting in the sun. It's getting softer in the hot sun. 38 degrees here on my moto, not much wind. So again, a super tough day for everybody. And how about this idea? Everybody keeps attacking and everybody keeps covering everybody. Team UAE tries to put somebody in. Other teams don't like that, they chase it down. And suddenly we are 30 kilometers to the finish line. Maybe a little break, no break maybe, and Pogacar goes, you know what, my friends? This is today for me. He sends his team to ride the last 30, 40 kilometers, and Pogacar wins the sprint out of a group of 30, 40 riders without any sprinter there. What do you think about that? I leave it up to you commentators to discuss this idea. Maybe I had too much sun out here. Maybe this is what's going to happen. Back to the commentators.
Thanks for that, Jensi. Always fascinating and interesting thought. Our attention slightly diverted there, understandably, I think, by that horrific-looking incident for Parra. He went so far into that field and was able to jump up and get back on his bike. Thankfully and mercifully, a soft landing for the Caja man, but that could have been so much worse.
Yeah, and thankfully the barrier hadn't begun just before. It just started after he went into the field. So, yeah, maybe I don't know what would have happened there, but unfortunately he had to go straight on, missed the corner, and luckily
took him a while to get it stopped. Yeah, so that was an interesting moment, to say the least. He's a story to tell at the end of that one, but Parra back in his bike, neutral service there to assist. Luckily enough, he was able to get back on his own road bike, I think, there. But yeah, I mean, I was slightly distracted trying to find out, and didn't hear everything that Jensi was saying, but I think he was suggesting maybe that it could be a pog day. Who knows? Won't rule it out. Well, just a smidgen under 100 kilometers to go, and time for a little break, I think. I'm going to just see what's available, what sumptuous fare has been laid out for us, this glorious repast that hoping to investigate. Matt Stevens is in harness. He's ready to take you through the next portion of the day. Warren Barguil doesn't look like he's going to be involved in it, though.
He certainly doesn't. He's suffering like many riders. Sparren also there with him as well. But this action is relentless. Enjoy your lunch, Declan. Hope it's something nice. We'll hear from you a little bit later on. But yeah, this is such an explosive day. Now, John, I know you would discuss the possibility that it could be a day for Pogacar. I think we were talking about it with Adam Blythe earlier on as well. It's a long way off for that to happen, but the longer this continues, and it's just going to mean that any break that does eventually go might not actually have, not be able to build too much of a lead, which is the risk, isn't it? I mean, anything can happen, but we shall see. Van der Poel trying to chip across the gap. What do you think the chances of that happening are?
I think they're okay. I still think it's a day for the breakaway.
Yeah.
I think it's a really hard day. And this is now, at this point, we've had a really hard section with that climb, and this is now perfect for riders like Mathieu van der Poel, maybe even Tom Pidcock, to try and jump across. And I see him following Van der Poel.
Both of them, yeah.
The other rider we spotted up there was Mads Pedersen as well, in the green jersey. It's a day for Little Trek, but I don't really see, if it is a day for UAE, for Pogačar, and they're looking for victory, that with the finish, I think if he is in a group, I think there's going to be guys who are going to be faster than him, who beat him in a sprint. So I don't really see I think if the finish climb was a little bit more difficult, then it's definitely a big opportunity. But I think whatever size of the group, there would be, I'd expect someone who'd be able to hang on and beat Tadej in a sprint.
Yeah, it's more a little drag to the line than a climb, isn't it? Yeah. It's a hard finale. But yeah, I think the chances are slim. I think because of the way that his team and Tadej has ridden, and the way that the stage is evolving, it's just one of those things that it's a situation that sort of creeps into your mind just a little bit, rather than it being a distinct possibility. It's maybe a distant one, but it's a day for good legs though. Looking at the terrain, whoever ultimately does get in the break of the day, you can't just float into these moves. You can be smart with the distribution of your energy by following the wheels, but you need to be good legs. Whoever ends up in front today is going to be strong. There's just no, there's just no doubt about that. Looking good here. We heard from him before the start. Nice interview, smiling. Disappointed, of course, that they haven't got the stage win that they hunted for, came for so far. Clearly Massimo Ferrucci not quite at the form that it needs to be, but the team is still determined, and it's good to see him smiling, as you see another couple of riders suffering at the back. Mura Amarai has had a nightmare. Michał Kwiatkowski is with them as well. To his hometown a few days ago, Amarai. Suffering up the back here. It's such a difficult day if you've not got good legs, this sort of terrain. And looking at the part of the course we're on now, John, it just drags on now. For about 10 k's before the climb itself, this is really difficult terrain. It's sticky terrain, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You just feel like you're completely stuck to the road. The tarmac in this region is quite rough. It's not like fast, smooth Mediterranean tarmac like you see in the south of France or parts of Italy or Spain. It's just really, it's hard to describe it. The best word I think that I've ever heard is like, it's grippy. It really is grippy. And that's exactly how it feels. Sometimes you're just completely stuck to the road.
As with racing in Britain, basically, gripping Rover Island, where you put the big effort in, but just not getting the speed for it. As Mads Pedersen is just suffering a little bit further back here. And that effort at the start of the day clearly is not taking its toll, but affecting him. But they've got some other very strong riders. You just see Captain America on the front now. Quinn Simmons has opted for white shorts today. Vacek also. But there's some real selection that's been formed here. This is a big group, isn't it? It's almost a GC type group that's off the front here. Look at the splits that are occurring.
Yeah, it seems around 40 riders. Yeah. Maybe even less, which is...
I see Pedersen's getting across to this, actually, so it's...
he's coming on the back, and with Matthews as well.
Yeah, Pedersen dragging the former green jersey winner. Michael Matthews, again, this stage will suit the likes of Michael Matthews as well. Jayco have been active, policing the front, but this is a very strong move. 2 Americans in there. Richard Carapaz as well. Aina Rubio in this little split just off the front here. But it's Tim Wellens trying to drag this one back together now. So UAE Team Emirates are dragging this group back by the looks of things. And they clearly don't want a Visma Leasebike rider up the road. I don't think they're not worried about the threat of anybody for GC here. They just want to keep this back together. It just looks like they don't want Visma to have the upper hand in any way.
It seems like it. It seems a bit of a battle. That would be the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work it out why they'd ride and not leave it to other teams who aren't. There's only 5 riders up the road.
Yeah, and you'd also think with 5 riders you'd expect the counter-attacks, which is exactly what we're seeing. Wellens is then chasing those counter-attacks down, using it as a bit of a carrot in between.
Yeah, Jorgensen, Simmons, Carapaz, Rubio and Broyard of Total Energies, the Frenchman just at the back, latching onto the wheel of Quinn Simmons, who just shakes his thighs out. And meanwhile, a little bit further back, we've got this group with Vacek in there, Amirai, and also Postrand Hagnes as well, the Norwegian. But it's, again, this sort of terrain ordinarily would just, you think would suit this man, but they look like they're in no man's land trying to get across to that lead group with Pogačar. There he is, just having a little bit of a conversation with Isaac Del Toro in the white jersey, and Tim Wellens is the man driving. Another little counter-attack goes, one of the riders from Net Company Ineos trying to punt themselves across this little move, and that just provides an opportunity for other riders just to get in the slipstream, and it looks like this is going to be sewed back together.
Yeah, every time a few riders jumped across, it just allowed Wellens and UAE team Emirates just to hang on the coattails, bring it all back together.
Yeah, this is gradually moving upwards. It takes us actually, we're not quite, though the highest point of the race is actually far deeper in. We go up to 900 metres today, but this next rendezvous takes us up to 903 metres. So yeah, we are going to eventually head up. Now 977 is the highest point today, and this looks like it is the figure of Derek G, isn't it? I'm still getting used to not seeing him in the Canadian Champs jersey. That's throwing me a little bit.
It was easy.
It was very easy
straight away. Yeah, Canadian champ.
But Mathias Skjelmose Jensen, they're giving a wave, and we are looking at Little Trek Madone there. Beautiful paint job on the Trek bike. SRAM red axes throughout. SRAM power meter, and then Bontrager Trek wheels. Pirelli tyres. And a Bontrager Trek saddle as well. Really nice machines, and the paint jobs that generally Trek do for the Tour de France, a proper standout, aren't they? A lot of teams do a slightly different edition of bike, but Trek generally seem to steal the show. They've I do like the design for this year's bikes. So things have changed again. To see the wind over this exposed part, a little bit of echelon, little echelons forming here in this group of GC protagonists and classic specialists. That's essentially what's formed. We've got a few pure climbers, some punchers and GC riders, just showing how relentlessly hard this course is, and we will continue to the rise for the next 10Ks before we come into the climb. The climb that we're approaching in about 10Ks time, should I say, is the Suc Orme, 3.8Ks at 7.7%, and it is actually the climb that we used it in the Tour de France in 2020 when Mark Hirschi clipped off and ended up winning when he was running for Sunweb. He was in a break and then went early, and this is the terrain where we have the Tour de Limousin as well, so it's a beautiful part of France. Well, what part of France isn't beautiful, but we started off in the Corrèze region but moving into Limousin, so yeah, lovely part of the world, and in these sorts of conditions, hard bike riding terrain. But yeah, this is now okay. We've got this group moving clear now. Can we call it the peloton? Because it's only 40 riders. Is it the break of the day, or is it just a natural selection? It's quite interesting. It's sitting on that gap between being a break and the bunch. But this is interesting. A nice little split's formed. This race is constantly ebbing and flowing, isn't it, and changing.
Every time you look, it changes, and the breakaway is changing as well. The riders.
So 95.3 Ks to go on stage 9 of the Tour de France. A slightly shortened stage. Originally it was going to be 185.5 Ks. It's been reduced by about 30. 155 Ks is the distance. About 350 metres of elevation have been sheared off due to the very hot conditions. So the racing is going to be equally as hard, but it just means they're going to be out on the road for about 40-45 minutes less, which is a good thing. And I think the way the course was designed originally meant that it just made a little bit of sense, John, didn't it? Rather than going south and looping back up again, they've just taken the top off that. As we look at this beautiful viaduct, the Viaduct du Rocher. Wow, it's making me a bit dizzy, this.
Yeah, the drone shots nowadays Fantastic. Sometimes trying to tell the difference between the helicopter shots and the drone shots.
Yeah.
Counter-attacks just coming across, and I always have a bit of a worry when there's more riders joining. From that small group that we had, like you said, is it a peloton, is it a breakaway, or like a selection of such of 40 riders? But every time we have those little counter-attacks, that just drags that group almost closer.
Yeah, it looks like...
first time.
Yeah, sorry, John. Yeah, it looks like UAE are actually kind of happy. They're actually just starting to ride it rather than pursuing this group. Looking at the cuts, Tobias Foss has made in this one as well. So what, Derek G, Alex Baudin, Quinn Simmons, Valentin Paris-Peintre, Van der Poel is here as well, Castrillo, Lars Kraps, Lennart van Etveld, Izagirre, Mark Hirschi is also in this move. And there's another rider from Groupama FDJ United trying to catapult himself across as Derek G flicks his elbow. So really interesting composition. As Van der Poel just tries to bring this group back together. Yeah, it is indeed Mark Hirschi. He knows this terrain well. As I was just saying, this is the terrain where he won 6 years ago now as Clément Praz Alfonso had his fan club out the side of the road the other day. He's just trying to chip across this gap because it looks like this one might actually have a pretty decent chance by the looks of things. Oh, there it is. He's got fan clubs all over the place, hasn't he?
If I remember so, this is his local stage. One of his,
yes, of course.
Really, really close to home, so it's quite a big group.
It is.
This. And after we've seen such a hard start, there's a lot of riders who have made this now breakaway who are thinking, I need 5-10 minutes here sat on the wheels, and that isn't a good sign for the breakaway.
Alfonso manages to clip onto the back of this group, and they're moving quickly, but as you say, there's been no let up whatsoever today, and there are some big engines. They've got 20 seconds now on what we're calling the peloton. Welcome back to those of you who took a quick commercial break. This is stage 9 of the Tour, from Malmort to Ussel, a slightly shortened stage, as you can see, 154.6 to be exact. We just took about 30 k's off the first part of the stage, so we're up and into the intermediate sprint very early today. The intermediate sprint for the green jersey was taken by Mads Pedersen. What an effort that was. And there he is, just in second wheel at the moment, just behind Felix Grosshartner. This is the peloton that are now 24 seconds behind. A big group of riders that has essentially coalesced on this long drag. We're heading towards the second of our categorised climbs today. And that's we top out on that climb at 80.5 k's to go, so yeah, about 12 k's. And as Tim Wellens just setting the tempo on the front here. What do you think? It looks like they're pretty happy here, UAE team members, John, just settling into a rhythm.
Settling into quite a hard rhythm.
So hard rhythm, yeah. When you got Tim Wellens on the front, they're lined out. They're not hanging around.
No, they're really not allowing it to go out either.
No.
I think it's the right move. You just need to ride at a tempo to hopefully try and nullify those counter-attacks. But they're not allowing the gap to really widen.
No, they're not. There you go, that's kilometre 92, sponsored by the Hauts-de-Seine region. As you may know, the regions in France, all given numbers, and the Hauts-de-Seine region is number 92. Like Tom Pidcock on the offensive. He knows that move looks like a good one. He's in this main group of contenders. There's about 45-50 riders in that group by the looks of things. And Tom Pidcock spent a lot of time on the front on the first categorised climb of the day, stringing things out, didn't go clear, and is sensing that if he's to take a chance, it needs to be now, because it's going to be very hard to bridge across otherwise. But Matthews is straight on his wheel. He knows the danger of this sort of rider. But it looks like Pidcock's riding away. Also in the next...
When Matthews goes, that means Pedersen goes.
Exactly.
So.
Ilan van Wilder as well, just on the front there. The young Belgian. And Pedersen's just... Pedersen's no need to chase Pidcock here. This is up to Pidcock to try and get across on his own. He's got such a turn of speed, but what Pidcock is able to do is just carry it on as well, isn't he? He's such a pugnacious, punchy sort of rider. and clearly keen on trying to do something today. And he's got a bit of a gap, so he leans on it again. Look at the gritted teeth here of Pidcock as he tries to settle into this effort. He's already eaten into the gap to the big group of riders. We're about 15 riders up in front. But this is a clear opportunity for Pidcock. He's bided his time, he's taken his moment, and he's committed now, John, isn't he?
Yeah, he's... that's a big old effort. He's just ridden Michael Matthews off the wheel.
Yeah, literally off his wheel.
Pretty, and then to carry that on, you know, we talk about it so many times. I think I've said a couple of times already in this Tour de France, when Tom Pidcock is motivated and he really buys into a plan, he is actually unstoppable on his day. He really can just lock in and get it done. And I think we've been waiting for that.
Yeah,
waiting to see it at this Tour de France. There's so many stages that have just been, maybe they're good enough for Pidcock. Maybe today's the day. And it feels like today might be the day. Look at that. Close the gap.
Yeah, and they're motoring as well, that group relaying through. Because the break, really, with only 16 seconds on the group containing the yellow jersey, it hasn't really established itself yet. They're still having to squeeze to start to open up that gap. So Pidcock now needs a bead on, but the tempo being set behind by Felix Grosshartner here. Adam Yates on his wheel. Brandon McNulty also there. Carlos Verona just handing a bead on to Mads Pedersen, who's sitting on the wheel of Tadej Pogačar. Now, 14 seconds, 15 seconds is the gap. This just starts to feel like UAE might want to control this one. Otherwise, they'd have just eased off. It's a really interesting situation we've got on the road. 90 k's to go. Let's hear. Well, let's head up the road a little bit because our very own Anders Milker is on the Sukhumvit climb.
Welcome to Suk Omega Cat 2 climb. We're in the Massif Central. The fans are amazing. We're standing here with gradients of 10-11%. The run in towards Suk Omega climb, it is very, very technical. They go from shadow to sun on a narrow road, twisty and turning, and that's going to be a key going into the climb. The climb itself, it reminds me a lot about Liège-Bastogne-Liège, the forest and the Wallonie. It's a very narrow road, and it's super, super steep. The first 200 meters of the climb is nothing because they're coming in so fast, but then the next 2 kilometers of this climb is going to be 10, 11, 12, 13%. It's almost like a wall. One thing is the tarmac. We are in Massif Central. Spider-Man recognizes it. It is very rough. We are ready for a party on Suk Omega.
Good job. Let's go.
Wow, I didn't know Peter Parker spoke with a French accent, but that's a revelation. Absolute scenes here. But no, it gives us a nice insight. I mean, it's a steep climb. Now, the gradient that we're actually given actually belies how steep the climb actually is. It's 3.8 at 7.7, but as Anders pointed out, the last couple of Ks are quite shallow. So let's have a look at the profile. And there we go. That's our Velo Viewer profile. As you can see, the first kilometre or so aren't particularly steep, and then it just pitches up. So we're 10, 11, 12%, and then it actually drops to the slight plateau, then it just drags on towards the line. So basically, it's the hardest part is the opening part of the climb. We then get that little plateau, even slightly downhill, as you can see on this, a little bit easier to understand the proper gradient of the climb there. So we kick into it, flattens, then it's just constantly steep for a couple of Ks, drops down, and then kicks on over the top. And as I was saying before, this climb has been used in the Tour de France and was the launch pad for Mark Hirschi, who's currently in the break, but already Tobias Johannesson and Quinn Simmons have clipped off clear. Clearly not happy with the cohesion in the group.
Exactly that. A group of 16 is just a little bit too large, in my opinion. That just allows riders to really always want to sit on and not contribute. And I completely agree with them. If I was in a group and I saw Mathieu van der Poel there, even then you see Tom Pidcock come across, if you're not the best finisher or sprinter like these two, Simmons and Johannesson, we need to get out in front of this, and that's exactly what Simmons and Johannesson have decided to do.
Now the interesting about Johannesson is one of the best placed riders in the break. In fact, he's the best. We've got Johannesson at 9:42. I say it's still distant, but within 10 minutes of our race leader, Tadej Pogačar. Johansson sits at 9:42. and Pidcock is the next best placed rider in this front group. He's at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. So Pidcock's got across, and these guys have just chipped off as the group containing our race leader is dropping back a little bit. So they're setting that tempo. It's a good tempo, but not a tempo that's allowing this gap to balloon. But when you look at the profile, the layout of today's stage, it's no surprise that riders are going to try and take this on early, split things up. It's just all about legs, isn't it? You want to try and get rid of anybody who's sitting on, because as you say, I agree, it was just a little bit too unwieldy. Had it just been 7 or 8, 9 riders, I think there'd have been that cohesion. But with 16, 17 riders there, they've decided to clip off. And as we look at the profile of Tadej Pogačar, that very distinctive style he's got, those short cranks, 160mm cranks he uses. You know, sat forward, so ridiculously efficient on a bike, but relaxed and aero, and at the moment calm. So Mads Pedersen, maximum points for him today in the green jersey competition, but Biniam Girmay wasn't too far behind, and nor was actually Jasper Philipsen. It was a good ride by Philipsen on the climb. He was dropping back, wasn't he, losing the wheel, but still managed to just keep enough momentum to score some points. But importantly, Tim Merlier didn't score any, and that's important for the man in the green jersey at the moment. And there is Merlier, 8 minutes and 9 seconds behind, and this is this long drag that I was describing to you. It's essentially this rolling road that just drags upwards, as you can see, into this range of hills that takes us into the foot of our second climb of the day, the one that we saw described so well by Anders a few moments ago, the Suc du Mez, just under 4Ks at 7.7%. But really, the proper measurement of the climb is a 2.8 Ks long at an average of around 9 or 10%. So it is a very, very difficult climb. But I tell you what, the two up front, Johannesson and of course Quinn Simmons, have built a nice little lead here, John.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some attacks on this climb. The next climb begins at kilometre 84.3 to go, so we're only around 2K until that point. I think we'll see a bit of a selection come out of that breakaway.
I think so. Let's try and listen to this conversation. There you go, Adam Yates showing a little joke, a little moment with a very relaxed looking Jonas Vingegaard, keeping the polka dot jersey warm for Tadej Pogačar. Now let's hear from Mark Hirschi. He's up in the move, running for Tudor Pro Cycling, and has won on this terrain before.
Mark, 6 years ago, your first big win at the Tour de France in Sarran, not far from here. Maybe it means something.
No, definitely. It's nice to come back to this region. I feel that people recognize me a bit more here, and it's nice memories to be back here.
You broke your collarbone in the spring. It's not been an easy spring for you, but I mean, how is it going now after the first stages here at the Tour de France?
Actually, I came quite good through the Tour yet. It was good to have these 2 sprint days to recover a little bit. And now we see, I mean, I hope the legs improve a little bit, that I'm able to go in these breakaways. And then in the breakaways, yeah, always with a bit of luck, everything is possible.
How much you, Lulu, Alaphilippe, and the team as well are looking forward to this stage? It looks like one of the biggest opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. For us as a team, it's a very big goal. But we also knew that it's for everybody in the bunch. It's a great opportunity to go in the breakaway, to go to the finish. So we expect a very big fight, but for us, definitely it's a huge day in this tour.
Are you dealing okay with this incredible heat? And you think today's decision to shorten the stages is the right one?
Definitely. I think, I mean, it will not change the race outcome, that we race a bit shorter. And for a moment, I have to say I came quite good through the stages with the heat, but you always need bottles or ice. If you're out of ice or bottles, then it's difficult, and especially a day like today, it's very difficult to go to the car. I think it can be a bit a problem.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
That's a really interesting take there from Mark Hirschi. You know, especially about the heat, and that's a detail. We talk about we've described the logistics. Several teams have just got a little truck just with ice in it, but it's one thing having it, but on a stage like this, John, that you can't have, you know, members of the team soigneurs every few kilometres. And like you quite rightly said, on these sort of small twisting lanes, it's actually very difficult to drop back to the car unless you just ride in the bunch, you don't intend racing. But if you're active and racing, keeping the body cool is a real issue. It's an issue that isn't going to go away, and I know there has been you can check it out online, there's been a statement from the Riders' Union, the CPA, stating that today the time cut has gone up by 2%, and it's now within the official extreme weather protocol, and that actually the CPA wants a meeting with all of the stakeholders at the Tour de France and everybody else to see what they can do in light of the constant rising of temperatures at the Tour de France. So it's an important discussion. I think it is the right decision. It just made sense to shorten the route. It means the racing's still going to be exactly the same. I think he's right, the outcome's still going to be the same, but they're going to be on the road for 40-45 minutes less. But it's definitely something that needs to be addressed, because it's about the rider's health, John, isn't it? And we need to make sure that that's always at the head of the agenda.
Yeah, I think the extreme weather protocol, when it first came in, we talked about it a lot when it was first really introduced a few years ago, but it was more weighted towards cold weather.
Yeah, exactly.
Snow. It was always that talking point, whether things were safe. We never really saw it in the heat, but now we're seeing it more and more often. So we get to look now at the group, and this is what we expected. 2 riders up front, Abrahamsen and Simmons, and now counter-attacks coming out of that break of 14 riders behind. The selections will be made here, steep enough for the strongest to make their way to the front. And what a position Little Trek are in again. They're the riders who have won from the breakaway already this Tour de France, and they're at it again, aren't they? Quinn Simmons up front and G West following Pidcock.
Yep. They are riding so well as a unit, and getting that stage win with Mads Pedersen, that real show, a collective show of strength, and Mads' first win for a long time as well. Obviously look at Paul Sexas, haven't talked about him too much the last few days, keeping himself quiet, of course, recovering. He's looking good on the GC at the moment, but just settling into his rhythm on this climb as Mads Pedersen just starts to lose a little bit of ground there, but I think he should stay in this group over the top. He knows how to pace his effort. But yeah, they've been really, really strong. The 3 riders that they got in the move the other day that Pedersen ultimately won, including Simmons, including Vacek, was just the way they controlled it. And they've got a lot of confidence in the squad, but to nail a performance like that was impressive, and they're doing something similar today. Riders at the point end all the time.
Yeah, completely over it, and G West is in a, yeah, I wouldn't say in the easiest position, still needs to follow.
Well, there we go. That was pretty straightforward, isn't it? You're the strongest rider in the group here.
Yeah, what a ride from Tom Pidcock.
Yeah, he's looked good, isn't he?
He's in really good shape. I'm sure he must have been training a lot with his younger brother Joe. If he's in this kind of shape, then Joe's putting through his paces.
So our 2 riders up in front. Quinn Simmons, the American champion, on the left there, resplendent in those rather fetching white shorts, always a point of controversy. And with him, Tobias Johannesson. 2 very good climbers, and they're just looking across because they will see the sights. It'll be a welcome sight for Simmons of Derek G West coming across, but they'll be a little bit concerned that there's Tom Pidcock there too, and also Lennart van Etveld. So 3 classy bike riders trying to chip across the gaps, now down to 17 seconds, and this is where the road really starts to steepen. There's Spider-Man on the right-hand side. We heard from him earlier on. But Pedersen, again, just punching his way over to this little plateau. He's going to be using the power that he's got at just the right places. As soon as the gradient eases, that's when we can use that raw grunt to try and get back in contact. So a real personal battle here at the back for Mads Pedersen, as UAE continue that relentless pace, and they are 1 minute and 17 seconds behind the head of the race, Simmons and Johannesson, and that little group with Pidcock there, with Derek G West and Lennart van Etveld. So an interesting situation on the road. But I tell you what, just looking at the way that Wellens is riding here, John, they're not hanging around here. They're not letting this group get too far ahead. And again, the reason for that, is it because they want to keep a lid on not letting this balloon out because of Johannesson, because of Pidcock, that they're not too far down, and their riders, you don't want to give those guys 10-12 minutes on a day like this, do you?
No, I'm quite struggling actually to figure out why. Because I just feel like we saw Pedersen just hanging on to that group. Also, Michael Matthews is in that group.
Yep.
And I think this is the hardest climb of the day.
It is.
And after this point, I think it's really difficult to dispatch Matthews or Pedersen. And I think if you take Matthews or Pedersen to the finish, they're guaranteeing themselves definitely 1 and 2 out of this group. They would be the fastest. Even the support for Pidcock on the floor as well with Go Tom. There's 2 riders just ahead. Pidcock doing all the work here. Of course, G West is free to sit on as he has a teammate further up the road.
Yeah, Tom has looked good. You know, I'm wondering if that little move earlier on the first of our categorised climbs was almost like just softening people up. So I'm feeling good. I'm just going to sit on the front, because it wasn't an attack really, was it? He just sat on the front. He then got Asfaren, his teammate. Well, look who's coming across now as well. Well, this really is starting to hot up. Mathieu van der Poel bridges across to Tom Pidcock. Also with him for company is Alex Baudin. He's had such a great year as Baudin, and all over his bike, fighting to stay in contact is Pablo Castrillo, fighting his machine to stay on the wheel of the Flying Dutchman. This is really hotting up. This is going to be a very, very nice group if these all coalesce together. I do think that they're not exactly going to wait, but I think they'll be more than happy. Well, maybe not more than happy, but a bigger group like this, just so they can ride together over this next bit of terrain and into the next climb, just to try and build that lead. It's a decent group to try and do that, isn't it, John?
It is, and this is the last steep bit for the breakaway. Then we have a little descent of around 500 metres. Goes down around 5% average there, but that's a little 500 metres. Just catch your breath where you can, and then you're back into that final 700 metres. And that there is some steep parts there at 12%, but they're going to be happy when this is over. What a selection we have. We said how big that group was, but after this climb, the cream really rises to the top, doesn't it? These are riders of quality here now in this break.
Yeah, they are indeed. 6 seconds is the gap now as Tom Pidcock continues that rhythm on the front. Lennart van Eetveld on his wheel. Derek G. West there. What a ride as well on this sort of climb by Mathieu van der Poel. This is, I'd say, and I think it's fair, he's clearly got good legs, but this sort of climb is just kind of on the limit for van der Poel in terms of distance, isn't it? It's right on the cusp, but clearly he is firing on all cylinders. And now there we are, they're just about to make contact now, so just a handful of seconds for Pidcock's group to get in contact with Simmons and Johannesson. And as they go by, Pidcock's basically not minded to wait at all. They need to press on, they need to get that momentum. And this will galvanise the rest of the group as well. This is that little descent that John was just describing. It's only short, it's 500 metres, but Pidcock not taking it easy at all down there. And also this descent's going to be an interesting one. This is the sort of technical twisting terrain on the downhill that Tom's going to lap up as well, isn't it? He might put a few riders on the very limit going over the top of this one.
Yeah, we have quite a long descent, around 10 kilometres. Quite technical, quite twisting. I made a comment about the riders on that little descent we had of 500 metres trying to catch their breath. Pidcock wasn't allowing that, was he? And that's exactly right. It must just try and push them over this climb. He knows now what is happening behind. UAE team members are still setting a good tempo. If you want this breakaway to go away, you need to invest at this point.
I don't think they. I'm wondering if they're a little bit concerned. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that Johannesson was sitting in the top 10 in the Tour de France. He is a classy bike rider, and I wonder if they're just going to set this tempo, maybe not to shut it down, not to bring it back, but just to keep a lid on it. And that looks like, and also it's we heard from Adam Yates. It was a really interesting chat that Adam Yates was challenged by a reporter, about the appetite and the desire just to take as many stage wins as they can. And Adam said, well, if the boot was on the other foot, if you looked at an opportunity as a team and you said, well, we can win today, would you take it? And the reporter said, I guess so. You know, and maybe we are in that sort of situation. Maybe even teeing up another stage win for Del Toro. Is Del Toro super quick? I mean, I'm just trying to, again, the longer this goes on, we shall see. But they're certainly keeping a lid on things at the moment as we go over the top of the climb and down the other side. Looks like this has been freshly resurfaced as well, so really nice tarmac as Johannesson pulled through the front. And there we go. It is a very nice group of 8 riders up in front. The remnants of the breakaway that these have attacked from are at 44 seconds, and the peloton containing Tadej Pogačar, Jonas Vingegaard and Mats Pedersen, well, he's just at the back of that group in fact, are at 1 minute and 18 seconds. A scorching hot day here today, and I tell you what, you know exactly how Costrillo's feeling. I've never seen anybody, you know, ride a bike like that for a long time. He's given it absolutely everything to stay in contact, but now they're going to plunge down the other side.
Yeah, when you see someone pedaling with their shoulders, you really know they're going deep.
Exactly.
And it's just an awful feeling as well. You know, I have to give everything here. Just I need to hold on to the wheel, and then you get over it. And it's almost like a sense of relief that you could just, yes, I made it, please.
Exactly. A little conversation here. Tim Wellens having a little bit of a chat with Felix Grosshartner, the former Austrian champion. Brandon McNulty slots into his slipstream, and Wellens in third, and an ominous-looking Tadej Pogačar sat there in fourth wheel. So we're now starting the descent. 60 km/h plus as we plummet down the other side. As John was saying, it is quite a long descent, probably the best part of 10 Ks. In fact, maybe 12 Ks. Goes down, flattens a little bit, then there's another little steeper downhill bit. Then there's a couple of small little climbs that takes us into a little bowl, and then that takes us into the next climb of the day. And that climb is the Côte de la Croix du Pays, 4.8 Ks at just under 6%, and that tops out at 56.1 Ks to go. So an opportunity now after a very difficult start, John, for, okay, you've got to be attentive. You're going to push on the descent when you can, but it really is our first opportunity for riders just to take a breath, even the guys in the breakaway, just to recuperate, get some gels down them, eat a little bit of food, hydrate, and the little bit of cooling breeze on the descent they'll get, that will be welcome, especially in the shaded areas. So the first chance for a little bit of a rest, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit
sort
of a
of, sort of.
The one thing, so for the team cars to go up to that breakaway, the gap needs to be 1 minute 30. Sometimes they let it in if the peloton is smaller, they might allow it at 1 minute,
or on big roads
potentially,
yeah.
Or on big roads. But the thing that UAE Team Emirates are doing in XRG right now is letting that breakaway cook. There's no team cars there to service them, so they're only relying on neutral service with just water, and that means when you just hold them at that thing, you just add that extra bit of stress and more fatigue if you're able to do it. And that's what teams, I see more and more, they do it more and more often. Actually.
So are you from what you're saying there, John, that's really interesting. It is basically this, are UAE doing it for that reason? Would you venture to say it's just to make it hard for them? Because again, it's you've got to use everything in racing that you can use to gain an advantage you're going to do, you know, and if it's making it more difficult for the riders to fuel, it's not one that I've ever thought of, but it as kind of awful as it is, it makes sense, and this is elite sport, and I've never really thought about it like that. But you say obviously you're a DS and you're in the car, and you can see these patterns starting to emerge.
You see it quite a lot. That's why you can just bring it back to 1 minute, they'll pull the cars out. Then you can just leave them there for 1 minute, then go back out. Okay, the cars can go back in. And that's why you see on some other stages the team cars behind the breakaway will go in front of the race, so they hang in front, and when the gap comes bigger enough, again they'll pull over and go behind the thing, because if they go to behind the peloton, which is where they should go, it's almost impossible to try and get past and get back up to your riders.
Yeah, that's a very interesting take, that one. As I say, as John said, these riders do not have, they've only got neutral service. They might even go back to the medics, or even at some point they might even go back to the director's car to try and get something, because they are going to be baking. Luckily they're on a downhill section, but it does have these little plateaus when they need to lay on the power as well. Welcome back. This has been an exciting, thrilling stage today so far. Action all the way. A slightly shortened stage. We started off earlier on today in Malmort, a delayed start, and finishing in Ussel. 185k was the original distance, down to 154.6, and this is the situation at the head of affairs. We've got 8 riders up the road. They were part of a big split of about 16 riders. As you can see, the remnants of that group are just under a minute behind, so only 25-30 seconds in front of the peloton being led by UAE Team Emirates. But the breakaway composition is as follows as we follow them down this little right-hander. Derek G and Quinn Simmons, with Derek G West to give him his full name, there for Lidl Trek. I guess right on cue. Alex Baudin is there for EF Education EasyPath. Mathieu van der Poel is there for Alpecin Premier Tech. Tobias Halland Johannesson is there for Uno X. Pablo Castrillo, the man on the back in blue, for Movistar. Leonard van Etveld, the Belgian runner for Intermarché. And also there, Tom Pidcock of the Pinarello Q36.5. So a very, very strong move indeed, but they're not being given too much leeway at all by Tadej Pogacar's squad, although it has drifted out a little bit to 1 minute and 27 seconds. But everybody here is relaying well, and all of these riders are good on this sort of terrain as well, aren't they? It's a quite a matched sort of group of riders here. There's no one or two, I'd say maybe, but the way Castrillo is riding, it looks like he's a man maybe that's on the limit the most out of everybody here. As we look at the weaponry that Alpecin Premier Tech have at their disposal, that is the bike that Mathieu van der Poel is currently astride and just riding through. Shimano Dura-Ace group set throughout. Shimano wheels, Pirelli tyres, Cellitalia saddle. So Mathieu van der Poel is, I think he's a lifetime ambassador now, isn't he, for Canyon? He certainly will finish his professional career on their bikes. Bit of a trend going forward. A lot of riders, especially big riders, actually signing lifetime ambassadorships. I think we've also got Mads Pedersen is essentially going to be a lifetime rider for Lidl Trek, and will always ride a Trek. But this is the first time we've seen this group now with proper cohesion. Every single rider doing their bit. They've earned the right to be here. They've all got good legs. They've stuck their nose in the wind. They've attacked on some brutally hard, challenging, sticky terrain. So now, to have any chance of bringing it home today, they've got to invest now. Right, one man that's up the road at the moment for Uno X Mobility is Tobias Halland Johannesson. Let's hear what he had to say.
Tobias Halland Johannesson, first a quick reaction from the match yesterday. Did you stay up to watch it?
No, I was so tired yesterday that I went to bed early, and we were planning to watch it again this morning. But I woke up in the middle of the night, and then I saw the result. So yeah, it's a shame, but I think we can still be really proud of what we have achieved as a really small country, and I think still gives us goosebumps when thinking about it. So yeah, we're still proud.
Tobias, looking at the profile today and how you've been racing so far this season, could this be a Tobias Halland trademark breakaway day where you come back to the GC?
I would love it to be like this today, and I think there's some opportunities for sure, but of course you will have to see, and Mads Pedersen will try to go for sure. So if we can follow him, we'll try, and then yeah, if the opportunity arises, we're gonna go.
Do you think that the other GC teams will allow you to go, because what you've done in Pays Basque and Dauphiné, you might be a threat?
I think if you can get out the message that we're not going to try anything like this today, it's we're just let us in the breakaway. We're going to go easy, and then we just try for the stage.
Good luck today.
Yeah, try for the stage. He's up the road, but again, he's a rider of such class. You know, he's been so consistent this year. 9th overall in the UAE Tour. He was 4th overall in Tirreno Adriatico and a hatful of top 4s. 2nd in Milano Torino, the one day. 3rd in Zulia, Basque Country. Top 10 in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. 5th overall in the Tour Auvergne Alpes, of course, the newly named Dauphiné. And has had a 6th and a 5th place on stages here at the Tour de France. He's had a consistently strong season, and he is a very, very dangerous rider indeed. Hoping they'd be given a bit more leeway, and they haven't. It's been holding steady at 1 minute and 26 seconds now, but he's certainly put himself in pole position to try something, but still with 70k's to go, it's going to be a big, big ask, and we do not know what's going to happen. We were postulating earlier on whether there was the remotest chance, the fact that it's entered into our thinking, that UAE Team Emirates might want to keep this together. Well, we've seen them do this in the past and then just sit up and then just let it go out. There's no evidence of that so far, but what we do have, John, is an exceptionally strong move, and right now it's just about building that lead on the bit of terrain before the next climb. We won't see these riders attacking each other. It might be a different story when we get to the next climb, though.
Yeah, possibly, as we see neutral service feeding these riders. So going back to what we were talking a little bit earlier, no team cars still haven't made it across to this group, so the riders are on their own essentially. Yep. Neutral service. There is a feed zone coming up with 67 kilometers to go within 2k, so it'll be key for these riders to get ice from the side of the road. They'll all be trying to take musettes with water, ice and food. But a really strong breakaway here. 8 quality bike riders. When you have 8 quality bike riders like this, it's going to be a great race if it goes between these 8. But at the moment, UAE Team Emirates XRG, they're not allowing anything to go too far.
Tom Pidcock adjusting his radio. He's been very active today, turning the screw on one of the earlier climbs and ultimately infiltrating this break, but they are not being given too much leeway at all. Look like, as John was just saying, there's no team cars up looking round for that service, and a lot of these riders will have a particular drink mix that they want as well, John. It's you know, it's not easy, is it? I mean, luckily we do have that feed zone coming up shortly, but not great at all, because it's in these sorts of conditions, once you do get to a certain point, it's hard to actually replenish things once you go beyond a certain point. So it's critical that they get what they need as soon as possible.
Yeah, and obviously neutral service only supply water, no carbohydrate drinks. Yeah, obviously every team has their own sponsors, so it's a really difficult one. You want to get to the feed zone, and of course the feed zones are great. There's musettes there, but it's not a guarantee that you'll be able to get your musette or get your bottles. See, it's the Shimano car dropping off the water.
Yeah. Well, luckily the feed zone is coming up. Well, I'm going to go and get my own feed zone now, and I'll grab a little bit of lunch, and I will pass you back over to John Harris-Bass to take you through this next rather grippy portion of the stage. Cheers, John.
Thanks, Matt. As we see Baudin back at the car now. Ice, water and carb mix for Baudin. Just handing everything over. Ice down the back. Tom Southam, the experienced DS for the EF Education Easy Post, brings Baudin fed and watered, and the young Frenchman makes his way back to that leading group of 8.
Look of real anguish on the left-hand side there, of riders just being re-enveloped back into the chasing peloton. UAE driving things pretty hard at the front at the moment. Start of the day, I saw a quote from Mathieu van der Poel which just said this is going to be like a junior race because it has been shortened in distance and therefore aggressive from the outset, and it hasn't disappointed on that front.
No, it really hasn't. We just heard from Tobias Halland Johannesson as well. It's amazing when you see the race situation that we can see on our screens now with 67 kilometers to go. But in that interview, he pretty much says exactly what has happened. He was looking for that breakaway, maybe try and get in a move, and he said Mathieu van der Poel is going to be one of the riders who is going to be there. So this is when it's shown. It's done on pure strength, on brute strength and form at this point. It's not a lucky descent to get, lucky breakaway to get into.
No luck at all. So there are 8 riders involved in the breakaway. They have 1 minute and 17 seconds. They are Tobias Halland Johannesson, Tom Pidcock, Lennart van Etvelt, Pablo Castrillo, Alex Baudin, Quinn Simmons, Derek G. West and Mathieu van der Poel. And riders who were involved earlier on today, including Hershey and Costiu, are just starting to be enveloped back in by the main peloton. As things currently sit, John, are you looking at it going, this is UAE are looking for a stage win?
Yes. The only thing that makes sense to me is why they keep this gap so close. Yeah, it has to be. There's no one really there from general classification that they in my opinion would be worrying about. You know, Johannesson and Pidcock just shy of 10 minutes down on GC. So yeah, if you allow them to go to 7 minutes on GC, it doesn't have too much bearing on the overall. So I would say maybe they're keen and they're looking for trying to take stage victory with either Pogacar or even Del Toro.
Quinn Simmons was a very popular selection by our team on site. Movistar, of course, a lean few years in the Tour de France. It's a long time since they've had a stage victory, so they've chanced their arm with Pablo Castrillo.
Bit of an outsider, not one we really talk about. He really struggled on that second category climb, but made it into this group of 8. But the current Spanish time trial champion, so he's definitely in good shape. And he's a rider that we might see later on making some of those attacks. He's not going to win from a sprint, so he might try and use that time trialing ability, maybe a late attack, if this breakaway can go all the way.
But at the moment, this breakaway is losing time. We've seen 10 seconds shaved off the advantage just in a matter of 5 kilometres. UAE really pushing things hard at the front of the peloton in pursuit. And that is going to have a marked effect on the whole peloton, John. Just the fatigue that these riders are going to experience going into that first rest day due to the heat that they've been subjected to out on the road. 3rd day in a row of a red warning issued in France. But do you think that we're going to see a different sort of fatigue coming out of that first rest day than we have done in recent Tour de France due to this heat?
Yes and no. I think after that first rest day, to be honest, after 9 days of racing, everyone normally is raring to go for a rest day. But you just never know how riders recover, especially on the rest day. And you're right, with the heat, maybe it has taken that little bit more off the top of that top end, and those first few days after the rest day are always difficult. You never know how your body's really going to react.
Let's go and hear from Anders out on the course.
It's boiling hot at the top of the Côte de la Croix d'Épée. Maybe you can sense it behind me. The fans are hiding in the shadow at the moment. The climb itself is completely different compared to the one we just did before. The terrain changes completely. It's not that narrow anymore. It is not that steep. It is quite regular. Looking at the profile in the road book, 4.8 kilometers with 6% in average. Nothing to surprise on this climb, only that the terrain of the tarmac is rough, as we know in Massif Central, and look at this, the tarmac is boiling. It's boiling hot. And last thing, follow me, Steph. I think Guillaume Martin has a little party incoming here. We have the Guillaume Martin fan club waiting for him here at the top of the Côte de la Croix d'Épée.
Yeah, but they're hiding in the shade at the moment. There was an Irish flag there as well. We're just looking at the state of the road there, John. I mean, that doesn't augur well. How does that mix happen?
Yeah, it's a tough surface in this region as well. We talked about it, quite grippy. As we have a good look at the profile of the climb coming up, 4.8k at 6%, but there is some steep ramps, just steeping up to near enough 12%. But most of the time, as Anders described, quite consistent, 2 lanes wide, nothing like we just saw. The first 2.5 kilometers are the toughest, and after around 3 kilometers it starts to settle down a bit, around 4% down to 3%, a little bit of a flat section, and then the final 500 meters back up to around 7.5%. But overall, not as difficult as that most recent climb.
Not as difficult, but with the pace that has been sort of undertaken today with this all-in racing, it's probably going to take its toll on some riders.
Yeah, you can't. I think we could see it from the very beginning, actually. This is a real selection out front. This is general classification riders, pretty much. Everyone is there or thereabouts, with some classic riders or stage opportunists, I would say. So in this group behind, led by UAE Team Emirates, there's only 39 riders. So you look at that group and that makeup, only 4 from Team Visma Lease. Like Vingegaard has the support of Jorgensen, Kuss and Piggonzoli. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe just have Evenepoel and Lipovic, which is quite a worry actually for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Then you go through the rest of the team. Paul Sexas, supported as ever by Nicholas Prodholm and Tish Benoot. And then from Netcompany Ineos, you have, of course, the Colombian champion Egan Bernal, along with Kevin Vaculan and Filippo Ganna. So, yeah, real mix of riders, pure GC riders and the favourites, mixed in with some riders who are looking to take some opportunities today, as we saw Michael Matthews, Mads Pedersen, 2 of the fastest riders in the race, just trying to hang on when they're still in that group behind that is at 1 minute and 8 seconds down.
Come through the dam here at Treignac. Built between 1949 and 1951, which now houses the Lake Barrius. Always think a dam is a very picturesque bit of man-made architecture. As we now begin the Côte de la Croix d'Épée. Lenny Martinez heads off again. Eight stages down at the Tour de France. 5 teams have picked up victories, and today we've had Jonathan Wouters sitting in on our coverage on TNT Sports, and yeah, definitely said that this was one of those stages that was a bit of a free-for-all. Anyone could win, and as a consequence, that's why we see Alex Boudin up here for his team, trying to chalk up their first stage win of this year's Tour. Spoken about Movistar and their lack of stage wins so far. Lidl Trek, of course, do have a stage win, and were you impressed with the way that they executed things earlier for Mads Pedersen?
Yeah, they did it really well, and I think again, one of the teams that are looking the strongest for these breakaways. Again, double representation in a break of 8. The only team in that front group with 2 riders, Quinn Simmons and Derek G. West. So they seem to have come to this Tour de France with a clear plan. Of course, green jersey with Pedersen was a really big goal, but they're able just to go out there and pick off some stages wherever they can. And when they seem to really go at it, they really go and deliver.
This is our breakaway then. 8 riders who've seen that advantage go down below a minute because UAE continue to press the pace along. John, we've spoken a little about Paul's success during this year's Tour de France, but do you think that he's potentially been quite pleased that the attention's not been particularly on him during these first 9 days, and so he's been able perhaps to ride himself into understanding what's involved in a tour?
I think the team will be really happy. There may be a little bit of a quieter start. He hasn't burst on, and yeah, the weight and the pressure has really gone on top of him. I think he will be really realizing the magnitude of the Tour de France. Is big enough for any rider to ride it. It's something different. It's bigger than every other race. But then for Sexas, who is the future of French cycling, to then have that on his shoulders makes a huge difference. As we see now, the gap now at 53 seconds. So this is the reason the team cars are getting pulled out. Talked about it briefly with Matt Stevens a few minutes ago, but once the gap is under a minute, these team cars need to be pulled out of that gap, and the commissaires will call them out. That means these riders out front don't have the team cars to support them. So if they have a puncture, if they need any mechanical issues, they don't have those cars there. And of course, they don't have their feeding directly from the cars either. So when it gets down to 50 seconds, it really puts that breakaway in a bit more difficulty.
And also that they will realise just how close this group is getting, and know that perhaps it's a rather forlorn amount of effort that they put in to today's stage.
Yeah, UAE team Emirates are really playing with them here. They can they keep bringing that gap, just bringing it closer to a minute, in complete control. Yeah, I'm quite surprised in a way. I thought they might just let it go out and let these 8 riders now go out and battle for the win, but the way they're riding here, then it's been a call. I think they're going after another stage victory, and as we heard from Adam Yates earlier in the show, and if there's an opportunity, if the boot was on the other foot, I think a lot of teams would be doing the same.
Tadej Pogacar sitting up there behind 4 of his teammates, driving along, just keeping that pace ticking over. Absolutely stunning, but ferociously hot, and little cover being offered by the trees. Just a little bit of relief from the shade that's cast onto the road here. But yeah, the amount of supporters who have sought refuge in the shade, very unusual to see on the Tour de France, supporters not out in the full sunshine, and that just demonstrates to you quite how hot it is today, and how hot it has been. And in the communique that was released today, there was, well, I guess the Union for Cyclists within the peloton saying that they were supporting today's call to shorten this stage by 30 kilometres, and that they wanted a bigger say in the future stages if the heat wave remains, and perhaps in the future of the race itself. I'll come back to that in a minute, because for now we're going to head out onto the bike and hear from the Yenzi.
The front group now, led by Tom Pidcock, Mathieu van der Poel, looking really good. The reason why I pass, we have to pass because the peloton is coming too close. Team UAE clearly has a different plan than the front group. The only thing that makes sense to all this is Tadej Pogačar wants to attack at the last KOM of the day and finish by himself, and Tadej Pogačar wants to take the stage. Back to the commentators.
Well, I'm delighted to say that Brian's back with us as well now. And Brian, is it going to be another stage win for Tadej Pogačar?
It's a risk, but we know from the past that they're willing to take these risks. The last climb is 900 metres at 7.3. I think it would be okay. By that time, I think there would be enough Lido Trek riders there. You know, and a climb like that, he might get 15-20 seconds, maybe a little bit more, but in the run in towards the finish, we know how fast he can go, but I think there's enough Lido Trek riders, if Mats Pedersen is still in here, to bring him back. So yeah, I'm like John, kind of scratch my head at this. I think that the stage winner is going to come from this group. It's a super strong group, these 8 riders here, and you know, the stage winners splattered throughout. Take nothing, and I'm going to say this again, take nothing away from the way that Castrillo rides. He rides like this all the time. He uses his body. If you remember in the stage that Pedersen won, he was there attacking at the end, probably the most active in the run-in towards the finish. I remember when he won the 2 stages in the Vuelta, and he was looking like this, and he went and won both stages. So it's just his style, so take nothing away from that. He's still riding strongly, and in fact all these riders are riding strongly. It's just, I don't think these guys are pushing too hard at the moment. That's why the gap's coming down. I think if they go hard up this next climb, get rid of Mats Pedersen, then I think it'll be almost definite that they want to try for the stage, whether it's with Del Toro or Pogačar.
So the temperature up at 36 degrees. And it has just been increasing and getting hotter and hotter as the day progresses. And speaking to people, even in the UK, where it has got a little cooler today, but just the main difference with the heat waves has been that it's still incredibly hot at 7, 8 or 9 o'clock at night. It's not cooling down as you generally would experience in the summer months. It gets hot and really probably peak heat at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but the ground's so hot that it just doesn't cool down, and so you have these very high temperatures running right the way through the day. And back to that sort of the questions about riders requesting to be involved in talk about whether the Tour de France time should start earlier, whether the Tour de France should be shifted, or if there's going to be some new rules invoked for 2027, if this is going to become the trend and the norm. What do both of you feel about that?
I think the big thing is, I think the idea from the CPA is to really have a meeting with all the stakeholders. So that's the organisers of the races, the UCI, you know, and get around the table and have a bit of a discussion. I think there's clever enough people to how we can make this better and how we can make it safer for riders, for the spectators at the side of the road, for all the staff, the organisation of races as well. You look at all the motorbike riders in full jackets. It's not just the riders who could be in danger or struggling with the heat. It's a really difficult one and complex, and they just really need to sit down and get their heads together and figure out what can be done.
Yeah, protocols have only been in place over the last few years, and even for the colder temperatures, it's there's no temperature there. So I really do think that there's something, we were touching on 40 degrees the other day, again, the other extreme from the cold, but yeah, I feel from working in a lot of the races over the last years that they're reacting to the conditions at the time. Maybe they should be looking, forward to these things, and we do have, I think, enough information to look in a few days ahead, so they'd have realised this, but they made the decision last night to shorten the stage. Maybe they could have done it a couple of days ago, knowing that these temperatures were coming. Of course, they're looking at the kind of forecasts ahead, and it's always very difficult. And like John says, they're concentrating more on extreme with rain and snow and ice and all, the colder conditions. They don't look at these type of conditions, but this has been happening, John, that you've been covering this race for many years. It's no real surprise that we're getting these hot temperatures. It's just there is an emphasis on the riders' health a little bit because of the kind of data, the suffering that they're going through. But I can remember in the Giro d'Italia touching 38 degrees in the south and then going down to 2 centimetres of snow in Sestriere. So and then there was no protocols around then, but times have changed, of course, in the pro peloton now, and we can see there's more water, there's ice, there's all these cooling things. I don't think we're going to see any kind of bad weather and snow in this race, but yeah, it's something that they have to look at and something they have to have in place beforehand, and I don't think they do. It's just they react to the conditions pretty much 24 hours before or on the day.
So it's the problem is that they're playing catch up rather than having some forward planning, and that's, as you were saying, John, what the CPA are looking to avoid. So this the breakaway group of 8 riders, and they've managed to continue to preserve that 52-53 second lead, and they look as though they're just working that little bit harder now as a team.
Yeah, they've come together. I think a group of 8 most of the time is a really nice number. You can't really hide and duck and dive too much because, yeah, anything bigger than that, you have riders sat on the back then trying to miss turns or trying to get a bit of recovery where possible. But with 8, there's nowhere to hide. You all want to share that workload, and when you all roll through together, it becomes more even and equal.
Is there anyone in the 8, Brian, who the other 7 are going to be thinking, we don't want you here if this comes down to just a group arrival at the line?
I think right from the start, one rider has to stand out, and that's Mathieu van der Poel. Target on his back, everybody knows what he's capable of, and this is his terrain. But saying that, when you look at the quality riders that we've got, they all seem quite equal to me. I don't think there's any weakness at all. They're all capable of winning this stage today. Okay, Little Trek, I've got 2 riders in here, which helps, of course. But Tom Pidcock looking strong. We heard from his team car there, strongest here. I think, yeah, definitely one of the strongest. Tobias Johannesson, he finished 5th in the Tour last year. Well, you don't really want him, you don't want to give him 5-6 minutes back. So I think everybody's shown that they're very capable, and the thought process in their heads is how they can try and win this stage today. And at stage there, just before we hit this climb, they kind of settled themselves down, trying to save that little bit of energy because they know what they're up against it. You know, it's eight. As far as I'm concerned, we've got eight A-listers in that breakaway, and they're all very capable of beating each other. I wouldn't say there's an out-and-out, yeah, he's stronger than the rest, because they all look good and they're all very capable of winning. So, and I think they all realise that as how they make their mark. I wouldn't want to come to a finish with Mathieu van der Poel if I was in that group, because we know how fast he can finish. But there's so many good riders in this group that, and they'll be thinking how they can play out these last. But I'll say this again: if UAE Team Emirates, if they're thinking about this stage, then I think they have to get rid of Mads Pedersen, who's still hanging in this group. He drag him to the finish, and then you'll be beaten, as we've already seen. So if they don't increase the pace on this climb here, I think they're quite happy with the situation.
You're watching stage 9 of the Tour de France, a shortened stage between Malmort and Ussel, 154.6 kilometres rather than the previously advertised 185.5 kilometres, and that has been due to the fact, as we see the points distribution in the King of the Mountains category, Tom Pidcock taking the 2 points at the top there. That was due to the heat that continues to dominate headlines and thermometers in France at the moment. A red warning for the 3rd day in a row, and on the Tour de France. For rider welfare, the decision was made that they would shorten today's stage. That meant an intermediate sprint happened after just 15 kilometres, and Mads Pedersen, who saw his lead in the green jersey standing shorn to just 15 points yesterday due to the performance of Tim Merlier, also being chased down by Biniam Girmay. Well, he and his Lidl Trek team executed a perfect sprint, really, to pick up the maximum points in that intermediate sprint. But as Brian keeps on making reference to, at the moment, we are not seeing UAE Team Emirates, who are driving the chase at the moment. They're not able to shake off Mads Pedersen, so as a consequence, until that happens, then we're unlikely to see UAE really push to get to the front of the race. So we've got a multi-view, which is a fantastic way to watch a day like today. You've got your aerial view, you've got your main peloton chasing with the yellow jersey of Tadej Pogačar up towards the front. Then you've got the front of the race with our 8 riders, and you've got the back of the peloton as well. All sorts of pieces of information along the way that you can keep up to speed with, along with the climbs, how long they've been out on the course, difference between all of the various groups, and the live mountain points all updated. Tom Pidcock now up to 7 points in the King of the Mountains.
To go with what Brian said, there's Mads Pedersen there, also Michael Matthews on his own with no teammates, but another fast finisher and a stage that would suit Michael Matthews. This is why the question mark is, if UAE Team Emirates XRG are looking for stage victory, they have to go solo, in my mind. They need Del Toro or Pogačar on their own going into the finish, because there's enough riders here who you would really think are faster than Pogačar or Del Toro. You even go through Matthews, but then there's also Filippo Ganna this year for Netcompany Ineos. So this gap, I'm just waiting for them to do something more than what we see at the moment.
When it comes to our pundits and the predictor game, Hannah picked Quinn Simmons, I think, for today. Do you think she's going to be able to make a surge up the table? Because she's languishing a little.
That's a very good pick in my book. It's they do have numbers there. I thought of UE Team Emirates might have given the likes of Tim Wellens, who they gave the opportunity last year to get himself in the breakaway, and you know, he would have been you know, this would have been a perfect move for him, Tim Wellens, in this sort of group, but they haven't, and of course they wouldn't allow Del Toro to go up the road anyway, because he's too close in the general classification. So the fact that they're kind of holding it at a minute, I still believe that this is where the stage win is going to come from. So for Quinn Simmons to win this stage today, well, he's in it with a chance. First and foremost, get yourself in the breakaway, and then think about trying to win the stage. He's got Derek G with him, another rider very capable, and of course Quinn Simmons is quite quick come the end, maybe not as quick as Mathieu van der Poel. So yeah, there's a lot of thought around how can I win this race. They've got one real steep short climb coming up. I think each of these riders is up for the task. We're talking about riders here that have done well in classic races. It's going to be an interesting final, that's for sure, because everybody knows that they cannot come to the finish with Mathieu van der Poel, and of course Mathieu van der Poel was thinking, well, I can afford to come to the finish as long as I'm in the front, so I can't miss anything. So when the attacks start, he's got to recognise that he can't go with everything. We know that Tom Pidcock can sprint well as well. It's kind of slightly uphill finish, but I don't think you want to kind of risk that with Mathieu van der Poel. So this is going to be a real cracker. We know that Castrillo, Spanish time trial champion for Movistar, he's got some good form at the moment. He was attacking all the time with his teammate Garcia in the run into the stage that Pedersen won quite a few days ago now. So a real interesting one. And the thing is, if Pogačar attacks in this climb and goes across to this group, he's not going to. He might catch the group, but I really do not think that UE Team Emirates are riding at the front for a UE win of Pogačar and Del Toro. That's what I think. I just think they're riding, showing their strength and just riding, and just making sure that they're in control of this race. And the tempo they're riding, I think it's more a case of these guys are finessing a little bit. I know they're rolling through, but I don't think they're really kind of pushing hard. And I think there's a lot of fatigue as well. You know, this is the 9th day, and you know, in these roads, I've raced in these roads in the Massive Central, and they're very heavy. And in these conditions, I think what they're trying to do is that all of them are finessing as much as they can. They're all trying to save. They're all looking at key moments in this run-in towards the finish to make their move.
Do you think we're likely to see an attack over the top of this final climb with one rider deciding that's where they've got to go and then try and trail through to the finish?
But that's the obvious. That's for some of these riders, like for Bodin, Castrillo, in particular, maybe Derek G. That for those riders in this group, everybody knows that that's where they're going to make their move. So you know, they're all prepared for it. You can see Simmons and Derek G having a chat at the back here. You know what they could concocting. They know that they have the numbers, having two riders. So that's where they, you know, all this kind of poker and stuff is going to come in play. But everybody knows that this steep climb is going to come up. And it's going to come up, the top of it being 24.5 to go. Still a long way to go to the finish, of course, but there's certain riders in here that will want to use this as a launch pad, but they're all prepared for it.
It is the perfect game of poker that is playing out in front of us, and with just under 45 kilometres to go, time to hand you back over to Declan, who will take you through to the finish.
Thanks a million, Jonathan. We'll hear from Jonathan Harris-Pass again at the conclusion of activities. Few jerseys to be distributed, but perhaps redistributed at the end of today. And don't know about you, but I've never played poker while I'm breathing through my eyeballs and my heart rate's about 220, and that's what it's like for so many of these riders today, because the action has been as intense as the heat. So they race through the Massive Central today. And work to do for everyone, even if you are one of the joint leaders of the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, as indeed Florian Leibowitz is. You've got to go back by times to the team car and collect some bottles, and they've got work to do. They've got representation in this main peloton, and the issue is still finally poised, isn't it? John Mole's gone for a short break as well. We'll hear from Sean, and Brian Smith is still along with me for what has been a fascinating stage. I've been watching with great interest, I have to say, watching on the multi-view as well, just trying to pick up the bits and pieces of information. Temperature, the mercury is still at 37 degrees, and it is hard to understand. I mean, I get your thesis, Brian. It's when you've got Mads Pedersen, when you've got Michael Matthews in this group, what exactly is the plan? I mean, you've got this this climb coming up, the final categorized climb that we're focusing a little bit of attention on today. That's going to be the Côte de la Croix du Pays, just under 5 kilometers at 6%. Sorry, it's the Mont Bessou, that one. It's a little bit shorter, 900 meters, 7.3%, as we've mentioned. And that starts with 25 kilometers remaining. Little way to go before we get to that one. There is another one, a little gripper that I spotted on the route as well. There's one with 16 kilometers to go, which is 2 kilometers at just a smidgen under 5%. That one could potentially be another launching pad for many riders in this this main peloton that don't want to go to the line with Mads Pedersen or Michael Matthews, or indeed from the leaders up front. And it's been quite the arm wrestle, hasn't it? The gap came down to about, what, 45 seconds, maybe even a little bit less than that, but it's slowly, surely, but surely steadily increased just by the sheer caliber and quality of the group out front.
Well, there's nobody in this peloton now thinking about the stage. Even to give Michael Matthews the opportunity, that he would have to have teammates in here and to come to the front to close this one down. I have to say that Lido Trek are in a very good situation at the moment. They've got 2 riders in this group of 8 at the front. They've got 3 riders here with Mads Pedersen. If they wanted to, they could close all this down in the last 40 kilometres now, and you know, Mads Pedersen can lead to the sprint.
Would that be a more secure way of trying to secure the stage win for them?
No, I don't think. We're just seeing the teamwork done by Lipovitz there, giving Renko a bottle and a little bit of ice there. So
they're best mates, of course.
Yeah, they're best mates. But yeah, look, they have that option. I don't think they're going to take that option, because the way they worked the other day to help Pedersen to his victory, and of course this is a great opportunity for him to take you know, even more points in the green jersey competition, because at the moment the best place he's going to get is 9th. So I think they want to give Quinn Simmons and Derek G the opportunity of going for the stage. There's 2 of them there, and you would think that they're in the box seat, but there's so much talent. You look at all the riders now, they're all capable of winning. They're all strong riders. This is going to be a real conundrum.
Yeah, so many different options, so many different teams.
Michael Matthews is in the group with you. Michael Matthews from Jayco is in the group with you. His radio is broken, and the team asked for a favour. If you can tell Matthews that his team car is here. Just tell Matthews that his team car is here. Cheers, boys.
Seems fair enough, doesn't it? You don't necessarily help a rival, but in that particular situation?
Yeah, well,
with that team,
you would assume that your team car would be there. They just wouldn't believe you. That you always look after your kind of main riders, and you've always got a team car. If you've got a man in this group, you would always have a team car there. If he wanted anything, he just has to put his hand up. But yeah, we'll just keep an eye on this one, and yeah, see if anybody goes up and tells them, especially a decathlon rider. But yeah, look, it's one of these things that we used, I think, the first radios way back in Motorola days. We used the first radios, and they were okay. They worked sometimes, then they didn't. But you know, go 30 years further on, and you know, we're still having problems with reception and radios, and you know, we see it all the time, pretty much every day, Declan. We see riders changing radios. They don't always work and things like that. You think with modern technology that you know, everything would work. even the pictures that the guy, you know, we get in the TV pictures we get in the team cars. It's not always that. Sometimes the second car gets the better pictures and the better reception than the first car, and you know, some of the times I'd be on the phone to the second team car and they would be updating me, and you know, because we didn't have any pictures and things like that. So yeah, there's a lot of technology, but it just doesn't always work.
It's not always reliable. I suppose it's the essence of cycling that we go looking for remote locations, for mountains where it's difficult to get a reliable radio signal, and then you add in the fact that, you know, if you're looking to stream data, we tend to go to the places, the parts of the universe that are least likely to have a decent streaming service or opportunity. That's not necessarily the case for you at home, though. No communication issues for this group at the moment. They're absolutely flying and they're perfectly coordinated. There's a lot of class and quality in this group, and there are 2 riders, as you can see, for the Lidl Trek squad. They're the best placed team on general classification, so yellow helmets on board for Captain America, the US national road race champion. He's there up front with the Canadian Derek G. West, and they are fine climbers, fine classics men in their own right, as indeed is Tom Pidcock. It's Tom Pidcock from Yorkshire and the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. He's got the distinctive Red Bull helmet on board. The distinctive figure of Pablo Castrillo, about whose particular style on a bike there's been much conversation. It has a laboured look, a little bit sort of Bauke Mollema about it, isn't it? But he's definitely not as in pain as he looks. He actually is amongst the strongest in this group potentially. See how it plays out. Also there, former world champion Mathieu van der Poel. And was he likely to unleash his ability, his strength? Well, he's up here in the break. I tell you what, even if they close it down, he's still in with the Shadow Stage honours. But it's he's put himself in the position of maximum opportunity here. He's facing up against a breakaway group that has only there are only 2 riders there that are teammates.
Yeah, Declan, I was just pointing out there that you're looking at the peloton now. The UAE Team Emirates guys have dropped back a little bit now, so that kind of answers the question. They were just sitting at the front there, riding a strong tempo. I don't think with Pedersen here and others, I don't think they were going to ride for a Del Toro or a Pogačar win. Now we see the team of Net Company Ineos. They don't have anybody in this group in front, and of course Ghana's in this group, but also Egan Bernal.
He was there for a while earlier, actually. He did a little bit of chasing earlier on, and clearly they've left it up to them entirely at this point.
Yeah, you get Voikel in there. He's capable if they bring it back, you know, launching something in the final. It's a case of, right, guys, we don't have anybody in front. They're just sitting there, just over a minute down the roads. I know there's a slim chance, but I don't care what the percentage of chance there is. It's still a chance to win. We're not going to win from this situation. So, you know, they put Tobias Foss, who was in that original group of 16 riders that went down the roads. He got dropped in the second category climb and came back so he's been put to the front. You can see them talking, Voikel, Bernal and Ghana. So they have 3 riders. So you put 1 rider in the front. I do not think that 1 rider, Tobias Foss, is going to bring the 8 riders back. But it's still closing the gap, and maybe we're going to see a launch on this climb from this group here to try and go across to the front group. So there's a few things kind of changing before our eyes, but I just thought it was very strange why UAE Team Emirates XRG would have ridden it down, and especially with a finish that wasn't overly suited to them, and the fact that the green jersey was here as well, because I think Pedersen will go over, especially with the teammates he's got. Even if we get distance, they'll bring him back. So I think maybe the change of UAE Team Emirates and not burning the team, not kind of bringing this group back, keeping it close. I think the decision is made because Mads Pedersen is here.
There are 40 riders chasing a group of 8 out front as we head into the closing stages of this challenging and fascinating 9th stage. Michael Matthews has finally got the word that the team car is behind him. His radio's not working. The decathlon squad not really a threat to him, nor is he a threat to them today. So they've given him, relayed the information that he needs to go back, collect a few bottles, get some information.
There's Ganna talking to Pogacar. If I attack and I run into the finish, will you let me go?
Now that is fascinating, isn't it? Top Ganna himself was up front and riding with Tim Wellens and others from the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. They've decided that enough is enough at this point, and they don't seem all that concerned. And Ganna wants to find out why, and he remains interested in the destination of stage honours. The Netcompany Ineos squad would like all the help they can get. They kind of figure if you've been doing this all day, why not continue to do it? Meanwhile, the Lidl Trek squad have gathered themselves and assembled around Mads Pedersen, secure in the knowledge that they also have 2 riders up front. Well, the Netcompany Ineos squads have their man on the front, Tobias Foss.
It's been a big day, guys, big day. We need to close that GC gap anyway, so let's get stuck in now.
Yeah. The GC gap, I suppose, is Egan Bernal sitting 11th overall. Might be a little bit anxious about Tobias Halland Johannesson, who was up front. And,
and Pidcock.
And Pidcock. That might be just cruising away and gaining time that they don't need to be worried about. And that's, I mean, something that you'll often see. It's not necessarily the team, the overall race leader, but other teams further down the top 10 or even further out of it that will do the controlling.
It's a strange one, isn't it? We're 9 days into the race now, and already we're looking at top 10.
So early.
I know I've been involved with teams, and I know how important it is if you go in with that goal, and you want a top 10 performance, and they start to race for it. But this is 9 days into the race, and they're already thinking about the top 10 with Bernal, and not giving Johannesson and Pidcock a lot of time, so that's why they're riding. Tim Wellens, well, he's just going to do his thing. He's just going to continue to work a little bit for the team, and not give them any more minutes. But another 10 kilometres have passed by. The gap's still just 122. I didn't think that Foss was capable of bringing the group back if they were thinking of the stage one. But yeah, it's an opportunity that have kind of passed Netcompany by, not getting someone in this 8-man group. But then again, it's easier said than done, because Foss was in the group of 16.
Pascal Ackermann was 7th yesterday for Team Jayco Alula, so they have hope perhaps that Michael Matthews, veteran, can deliver once again. He's got new radio equipment, so Radio Jayco is back on the air. Cruising along here. They've got just 2 3/4 hours of racing, but it's been super intense today. Bogarts has been heavily and closely aligned indeed with the career of Tom Pidcock for many a year at this point. Personal coach for a while. He's been with the Team Ineos squad. Transferred across to Q36.5, Pinarello Q36.5, and supporting the interests now of his charge as they've gone for glory. We're going to take you break-free and uninterrupted through to the conclusion of this 9th stage of Tour de France, and the breakaway still in with a shout. It's been a long, long arm wrestle in the Massif Central today. The riders have never had much more than a minute and a half, if even that. They have been on a fairly tight leash, and for a while it looked pretty much certain still that they were going to get the victory. Now we see that there are 1 or 2 extra reinforcements arriving on the front of the peloton. Is there any chance that Tim Wellens, coming back to extend his long shift, is going to be able to support Tobias Foss in the pursuit of a breakaway group of such quality? Derek G. West and Quinn Simmons for the Lidl Trek squad. Alex Baudin, fine climber. Great finisher for the EF squad. They had to be in the break today. Mathieu van der Poel as well. He announced his intentions from the very earliest moments, and eventually when the break did establish itself, large in number, van der Poel was there. Tobias Halland Johannesson, best placed rider in the bike race that is in the break. He's 9:42 down, 13th place overall. Pablo Castrillo is the Movistar rider in the move, 13:24 down. He's a pretty handy rider as well. Lennart van Eetveld, another great climber, 10:51 down on general classification, and Tom Pidcock at 9:50. All of those riders, quality, still involved in the GC hunt, so they've been kept on a fairly tight rein, but they've demonstrated their quality so far in Tour de France, and they're doing it again today. They're racing into the final. They're racing time of the day. The fourth and final climb is approaching. And we've got about 6, 7, 8 kilometers to go to get to that point. Tough day for Mads, but he's still in there.
Yeah, he really struggled on that second category climb. He was yo not off the back, and same with Michael Matthews, but he hung in there. Obviously trying to get in the break earlier on. He's secured 25 points already, courtesy of that, uphill sprints earlier on today, and he'll want to try and get as many points as possible. So for the moment anyway, 9th is possible. I can't see Little Trek bringing this all back together. Of course, to do that, you'd get Simmons and G to sit on the breakaway, and a couple of riders to ride from this group here, bring it all back together for a Pedersen win. No, they're not going to do that. They're waiting and giving the opportunity for Quinn Simmons and Derek G to have that opportunity for the stage.
Paul Sexas is grateful for at least 2 teammates there. He had 3 for a while, didn't he? Tej Benoot, Nicholas Prodhomme there to assist and see what he can do. Lenny, let's hear from Jens Voigt. He's on the motorcycle. He's caught up with at least 1 DS.
So I was just behind the peloton and used the chance to talk to the team car of Paul Sexas with Luke Rowe. And he said, look, yep, Paul is feeling fine, got some teammates with him, that's all good. And then I asked him about the tactics. He goes, this is crazy, this is insane. It looks like to me, he said, Luke Rowe, Pogacar tries to win the stage. He tries to win the sprint against Ganna, against Pedersen, against Michael Matthews. Only solution to avoid the sprint would be Pogacar needs to attack. But the last climb is only 800 meters long. It's hard, but short. Is that enough for Pogacar? Or does Pogacar just want to eliminate all the competition and make the race really hard and miserable for everybody? After the breakaway, I talked to Kim Andersen in the break, said, look, we try to keep both options open. Win the stage with the breakaway, or hope for Mats Pedersen be able to win the sprint if the groups come back together. Luxury situation for them. EF Education EasyPost said, look, I just hope the peloton will slow down, but they don't. So now it's a lot of tactics and politics coming in. A big team like Netcompany Neos, their best place so far is 11th. No stage win, no jerseys, no nothing. For a team like that, they need results. So they want to protect the position of Egan Bernal, that once we come to the bigger mountains, Bernal might be able to slip into the top 10. Because the Tour de France without one from Netcompany in the top 10 is a lost tour for them. Maybe also they chase Pidcock because he was with them before and they didn't maybe leave in the most peaceful conditions. So there's tactics and politics coming into the game. It's the Tour de France. It's madness and unpredictable days and stages and action all over the place. Back to the commentators.
Cheers, Jens. Lots to absorb from that, lots to absorb from this one. It sounds like Luke Rowe's pretty much in your thinking, gelling with your thinking, really, Brian, in as much as he's not really sure what Pogacar's at, if he's not going to attack solo. Let's
I
watch
don't think he will. I really
Yeah.
don't think he will. I don't think it's almost a kind of guaranteed. The probability of winning from this situation is a lot less than what we had before when he won, when he pulled it all back together. I think it's just a case of, we'll just keep on rolling along. Of course, sometimes they do that to entice others. They start rubbing their hands together and going, oh, there's a stage up for grabs here. They're just over a minute up the roads. We're going to get involved here with stage hunting. But we clearly see that the peloton here, there's very few teams with multiples. So I think, I don't believe for one moment that the Pidcock situation is there. It's good to kind of speculate, of course, but I don't think that really comes into it. That would be very, very petty. But I'm not believing that. And I know they're starting to ride, and we've heard from the radio about keeping the gap down. They don't want. But really, a team like Net Company trying to protect their 11th place.
I know.
At this moment, and
Yeah.
how? Oh, it's huge. What they're capable of. What they were doing in the past to be down to that. I don't think it's that. I think it's what I mentioned before. Keep the gap down. And maybe, a Bernal move or a Ghana move. I think that's why I was talking to Pogačar. Maybe trying to do something in this run-in to try and get across to this group, to try and put themselves in with a chance of a win.
Bit of a matching move here, as clearly there might be a little bit of frustration. The riders may be thinking about protecting their legs ahead of that climb to come in the next 4 or 5 kilometres. Pidcock, Van der Poel, Haaland and the rest have decided they need to get their skates on here, and they had leaked, what, about 15, almost 20 seconds of their advantage. That's a dangerous game to play on this steep ramp that they're approaching, so they've reset and gone again, but what level of cooperation is there going to be in that group from now on?
Yeah, they know that someone's going to go. They have to. It's a launch pad for more of the climber types and the kind of sprint types in the group in front, so they know what's happening. And that's why with Voikel and Foss riding at the front now for Net Company, the gap is coming down a little bit, because the breakaway are starting to finesse a little bit more now, starting to think about this climb that's coming up short, sharp. And I tell you what, it's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt a lot, because this has been a tough day. You look at where Merlier is. They're almost 19 minutes down. You remember the start that we had only about 3 hours ago. That was really, really tough. When we heard from Jens on the bike, the roads are heavy, it's up and down all day. This short stage or shortened stage has been tough, and this, when you're bowling along in these roads up and down, if you haven't kind of kept the gears down, you hit this climb, you're in the small gears because it's really, really steep. It is really going to be a stage changer on this climb, and we're getting even closer to it now.
Yeah, they're bowling along, but they're definitely not singing a song at the moment. Kevin Vogeland's arrival on the front of this peloton has certainly injected fresh impetus into the chase. They're hovering around the minute mark now, about 3k from the foot of this short ramp, less than a kilometre. It's steep at 7%, but not so unmanageably steep that you would be shocked if Mads Pedersen and Michael Matthews were able to maintain connected to that 40-man peloton that are in pursuit of our 8-man breakaway. Meanwhile, up front, getting a little bit concerned. Funny enough, it occurred to me earlier on that when Filippo Ganna was doing a little bit of work, that of their particular cohort, the Net Company Ineos squad, he might actually have been their best option for a stage victory today. Whether they've maybe just reset their thinking a little bit, but clearly Vogeland here is minded to try and assist his team to ensure that huge resource and all that they might have, they clearly feel that they need to keep a weather eye on the potential for Egan Bernal to finish top 10 in Tour de France. He sits 11th overall at the moment. Pidcock, Haaland currently a threat to that situation. Leonard Van Aert thought they don't want to let him back in the game either.
Here's another thing to throw in the mix, Declan. I just got a message from Doug Ryder. Hi Doug, thanks for this. Seems UAE are trying to win the team competition and everything else.
Well, that will be extraordinary, especially with 2 weeks to go. And the Lidl Trek squad might be perfectly miffed about that. I wonder what Anders Milka feels about things. Still hot out there, Anders?
Standing at the top of the last climb of today's stage, Mont Bessou. Looking at the road book, looking at the profile before the stage, it didn't look that bad, but driving up towards the top, it is much steeper than expected. One thing we also noticed driving in, it is the run-in. 2 kilometers before the start of the climb, the riders come from a very wide road, then they take a right turn, and then it narrows in, just exactly like this road here at the top. Only one car can be on this road, as you can sense with the DS cars passing us here. Over here we had the top, but it flattens out the last 200 meters of the climb, meaning that the first 600 meters from the gun of the climb is around 12 8% in average. So if you want to do some damage, this is possibly the last chance of today's stage.
Cheers for that great insight. It's a steep ramp there. It's a real classics ramp, isn't it? And got a few classics riders in here, stage race specialists as well. And Mathieu van der Poel would appear to be getting slightly grumpy about this. It's down to 45 seconds. That's what Anders was explaining to us. It starts off steep and levels off a little bit after half a kilometre. So if you want to make the difference, you got to get it done relatively early on this short climb.
Yeah, it's a toughie, especially at this stage of the tour. A lot of riders suffering today, and you know the gap is coming down, however, but you can see them. They're all, you know, looking behind, waving. You know, this is getting real tactical and fun to watch now. This is a cycling poker at its best.
John is back with us. I mean, are these riders... is it a folly? Is it stupid? Or are they recognising they need to protect their legs ahead of the fight about to come?
Yeah, I think they know they're about to go to battle. So that's why they're watching each other and seeing what can happen as we just get really close. This is that right-hander that Anders was just talking about. It's that narrower road before we start the climb. In my opinion, I was listening to you guys talking about Netcompany, Ineos. Surely they're riding for Ghana for the stage. It's the only thing in my mind that makes sense, because what I just couldn't think that they'd be riding to protect Brunel for a top 10. And they're always playing those little mind games quite smart, and it's something that Ian Stannard might have been had a little background check on for a while. And I wouldn't be surprised if they've come here with a target of today to get Ghana, and of course Ghana, one of the fastest riders in that group.
But they're going to have to get rid of Pedersen, I think, coming in. So, but look, what we were speculating about earlier on is, at least, even if Pedersen's there, he's still got a chance, isn't he? He's still got a chance of victory. I think maybe Egan Bernal might have a go at this one and trying to come across to this front group. But then again, 29 seconds, 30 seconds, you're going to get there, but these guys are going to attack this one. So yeah, it's setting up nicely, Declan.
Make the turn, we're on the climb, and it starts grippy, and naturally enough Mathieu wants to be on the front, and Haaland recognises the danger of that one. He's where he needs to be, Bodam too, and if you're trying to recover here, as Leonard van Eetveld is, and Quinn Simmons, and the duo from the Lidl Trek squad maybe caught out here a little bit, as indeed is Pidcock. Pidcock losing a few bike links. Van der Poel hits the front, and Tobias Haaland Johannesson is able to go with them at the moment, but the crowd is large in numbers. Stay out of the way, because these guys are really at it, and they've got to get those motorbikes through as well, because potentially we've got riders coming from behind. I really would like to know what's happening amongst the main peloton as well. This is fascinating. You can't take your eyes off the front. He's gone solo. Mathieu van der Poel has a little bit of a gap, but it's a narrow one, and not yet decisive one over Tobias Haaland Johannesson, as Tom Pidcock tries to recover behind, and they're all several bike lengths apart, the first three riders.
Yeah, this is immense. You know, this is what we see at the start of the year from Mathieu van der Poel in the classics. Tobias Johannesson is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Pidcock, well, he knows he has to get to Mathieu van der Poel before the top. Can these three go over the top together and combine what's happening in the main group? I'm pretty sure there's some action in the GC group of Pogacar, but this is another epic day here at the Tour with Mathieu van der Poel on the attack.
Cream rises to the top, over the top of the final time of the day. Van der Poel takes the point. It's gone backwards a little bit at the moment for the Lidl Trek squad, as the dial shifts a little bit towards our trio out front. And now it's a little bit of a... they've got to combine Derek G. West and Quinn Simmons to try and recover the situation. Vauquelin on the front. Tobias Foss still there. The Ismailisa bike squad watching with fascination, curiosity and interest, but not yet contributing. And the gap has gone out as a result of that intensity from Mathieu van der Poel. They've dragged out an advantage of another 10-20 seconds. Well, 24 kilometres to go. The issue finally poised and down to three up front.
But the thing is now, if Derek G and of course Quinn Simmons are dropped, if they don't get back to the fronts, then it could change the tactics of Lidl Trek in the run-in.
Well, riders at the back of the main peloton also feeling the pinch a little bit. We haven't seen a split just yet. Alex Aramburu there at the moment. But the gap gone straight back out, almost to a minute. Bodan, I think, is going to be able to link up here. How many more of those erstwhile breakaway riders are going to be able to rejoin? The climb potentially just a little bit too short, but Tobias Hallen Johannesson has spotted his opportunity. He combines with Van der Poel. Bodan and Pidcock's a gear problem by the looks of things. Finds himself with a box full of neutrals. He found himself maybe on the small ring or on a tiny sprocket with no rear mech working. We'll try and get... Oh, and he's trying to kick the rear mech. So clearly that one's not working, and I don't know whether it's going to work any better if you kick it that violently.
No, something's happened to the gear there, unfortunately. What else can he do? That's a stage winning opportunity just gone out the window.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame. He's just getting into that position. Looks like he's just stuck in the gear that and nothing's changing. I think he's won by, so it's just stuck in one place on the rear Mac.
So that would suggest that he only has potentially one sprocket at the front, so he really is very, very badly hamstrung here and not even able to limit his losses as he waits for a vehicle to come up. And of course we know that the gap was down to just 3/4 of a minute when they were approaching that climb, so no cars in between, nothing available, and he's going to try and keep those riders within touching distance, but as they hit the flat road, this is going to become even more damaging and difficult for him. And he's managed to get a gear. At last it reignites, it reconnects, and that rear mech is working again, and Tom Pidcock potentially back in the race.
Yeah, we joked, but that kick might have actually saved it. Sometimes they go into crash mode and you almost just have to reset the rear mech. So sometimes technology you don't know what could do. Maybe just you turn it off, turn it back on again, and it works. But
just hit it with a hammer and see what happens. I'm not joking. I thought it was over. I really did think it was over. There's nothing you can do in that situation, but by some sort of bizarre luck there, he's got it back. Of course, in the past we've seen Rigoberto Urán being stuck in the biggest gear there, but at this moment you thought it's all over, because the team car, like you said, Declan, was behind the main peloton because the gap was so small, and there's no way the team car is getting past the peloton. So yeah, real luck for Tom Pidcock.
And a great job of getting back on. Now, there was a few motorbikes there that were crowded around behind that might have just given him that little bit of extra slipstream to get him back on, but he kind of deserved that, didn't he, after that bit of misfortune for Tom Pidcock. There is, of course, still that lingering worry that there might be a little bit of a reliability issue from that rear mechanism, but let's hope that rear derailleur is still going to function and we'll get a clean run now to the finish. Approaching 20 kilometres to go. I did mention that little bit of a gripper, about 16k to go, which could be interesting.
Yeah, it could be. Van Etveld is just behind the motorbikes here, but I'll say it again, there has been a change in the front of the race now. Now that G and of course Simmons aren't here, that could change the whole complex of this running, and it really hangs on Lidl Trek and the call of Mads Pedersen, because 52 seconds back to Mads Pedersen Group, 20 kilometres to go. If they really wanted to try and guarantee a Mads Pedersen win for Lidl Trek, now is the time to do it. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do in this running.
So your situation out front, it's 4 riders combining, 1 chasing it, just a remove of a few metres at the moment. Let's see whether he's going to be able to join up. Johannesson, Van der Poel, Pidcock, Bodan, and just about 15 seconds back, Quinn Simmons. Leonard Van Etveld, we think, is in that group. So
no, Van Etveld is on his own. He's just about to come round the corner. He's got Quinn Simmons with him now. Yeah. Quinn Simmons has to come back to the front, otherwise you might see Lidl Trek start to ride in the peloton.
Crisis moment for Lidl Trek with such strength. 2 riders up front, 3 behind, including the best sprinter in the group by miles. And there's the full details of the technical specification of the equipment that Tom Pidcock has at his disposal today. He's on SRAM, so I suspect won by Castrillo's, towed back into the fold by the hard charging.
I don't know what you think, John, but I think I would deploy. If I was in the Lidl Trek car now, knowing that this situation is happening, because you cannot wait too long with the power that we've got here, I would start to ride in the peloton.
Yeah, you have to have complete confidence in Simmons. Oh, just touched the white line and dropped the chain as well. But yeah, you have to be fully aware that if Simmons... Nice little save, wasn't it? But you have to be confident that Simmons is going to win. At your little track, now the situation, 4 riders, now with 25 seconds, maybe even going out, you now have to use your riders behind. You're completely right. You get behind Pedersen.
He's not coming back, is he?
No, and I think that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah,
he's now sat up.
Now. Yeah.
He wait. You
have to make that call. You had to 100%. Make that call then. As soon as they were dropped, as soon as you realised you weren't in a stage-winning position, you ride for Pedersen. That's the luxury of having teammates in the group behind and having 2 in front. They wanted to go for a potential victory with Simmons and G West. They get dropped from the group now, so they're not in a winning situation. So they're dropping back now, and we'll see them riding at the front of the group to bring it back to a sprint.
So our 2 up front are very shortly about to be absorbed. Sorry, John. Derek G. West just coming back in, and it's probably good news for the Net Company Ineos squad. They're going to have some allies in the chase.
Exactly that. This is the reason why we love bike racing, isn't it? Probably 10 kilometres to go, we're questioning what a Net Company Ineos riding for. Are they going to ride for Ghana for the stage? And then we're thinking, yeah, but little tracker there. And now tables are turned. That one climb has swapped the whole race on its head.
What's the plan for the Net Company Ineos squad?
At the moment is that we are losing time to the 2 breakaway guys that is on the GC. So we're losing time to the guys on GC, and the stage is going out.
So keep chasing. And that, I suspect, recorded before they got the update that Derek G. West was going to come back and immediately go onto the front of the peloton. Very shortly, I think we'll see the stars and stripes of Quinn Simmons also reabsorbed. That's happening just as I say it. And that's 2 on the front, albeit 2 tired riders. Is there anyone else there from the Lidl Trek squad that might just move up?
Yeah, Verona. Verona has to come up and start to ride as well now.
Now, this is this drag that I mentioned, which is a bit of a drag, 4.8% for 2 kilometres. That's not an insignificant drag. It's a potential opportunity. It's certainly a challenge for these riders.
It's fascinating how, and you have to be on your toes in races because these things do change. And I have to say, it's because of UAE Team Emirates. They didn't have to keep this gap down. For many kilometres they kept this, and they've caused this situation now. So, and they can just sit back and they're rubbing their hands, with their popcorn.
Yeah, they've got a front row seat to them. Amazing racing that they've put on. But you're totally right. They've just held this race all together and have kept so many riders in with the chance of winning the stage. And that's exactly what they needed.
Anything for UAE in this stage? As Van Eyckfeldt's, that was a frustrated toss of the beat on, wasn't it? That's in there all day, got in the right move, got up there with the superstars. He won't be all that happy with the UAE Team Emirates squad having provided this grandstand finish for us.
Well, the thing is, at the moment, at this point, they're not coming back. So, 2 riders, Foss and Voikelin from Net Company, and now Quinn Simmons and Derek G have just come back from the group behind. You see Verona's moving up now, so there's not enough firepower to bring the 4 riders back. So for the moment anyway, it's looking good for Pidcock and Van der Poel and company, because 56 seconds, that's a strong enough gap to hold it all the way to the finish. So they really have to commit, and potentially could be 1 or 2 other riders in there thinking, well, the stage is up for grabs now. But if they leave it too long now, then these guys one of them is going to be throwing their hands in the air, and all 4 of them, I think, deserve it today. Bodan knows that he's up against, and even Tobias Johannesson, they're up against 2 very good sprinters coming at the end. As we say that, Foss is now dropped now, so yeah, they have to commit a few more riders now if they want a victory from this group here.
Marcus Verona that's up. Schelmoza, of course, is back there as well. Mats Pedersen is there, presumably, and still available for sprinting. And, well, they wouldn't be riding if he wasn't. I'd be fairly sure about that. And the Visma Lease bike squad continue to sit in the wheels, close to the front, keeping Jonas Vingegaard second overall, wearing that Mountains jersey, keep him in the right position. They haven't really got involved in the fascinating battle for honours today. 4 riders up front, 4 different teams, all class acts in their own regard. Alex Baudin, perhaps the least expected to win the stage right now.
Yeah, he's actually sat on now, so only 3 riders really contributing. Baudin is just following the wheels. That's good for the peloton behind. Now not 4 riders they're chasing, technically really only 3. Baudin may have just missed a couple turns, just a bit of recovery. At some point this group is going to start looking at each other. We just don't know when that'll be. And when they do, that's when the peloton really have to ramp things up.
If Baudin did sit on, would he change the way they were playing the game?
I think the 3, a little bit, but I think the 3 are quite confident in their sprint, especially Van der Poel and Pidcock. They're happy to go all the way to a sprint and see what happens.
The thing is, you're expecting it. You know that Tobias Johannesson and, of course, Baudin. Tobias Johannesson, he's going for the stage. He's not thinking of, right, I can take some time back in, Egan Bernal and these guys and try and move into the top 10. You know, the big mountains are coming. I think he looks better today than he did in the Tourmalet. He just had a little bit of a difficult day. He'll come back into the race and possibly finish in the top 10. But Van der Poel, no, he looks super. The way he took on that final climb, he knew that he was feeling good. He has struggled a few days in the heat. He's been tremendous in the lead out for Philipsen. It's just Philipsen hasn't delivered the sprint. But Van der Poel, when he's in this mood, it's very difficult to beat. One person that can beat him is Tom Pidcock. Do not underestimate him. I thought it was gone when he had that mechanical there, but he managed to kick it out the gear at the back, still in with a great chance of winning here. So yeah, touch and go whether the peloton can catch these guys now. I think the winner looks as if it's coming from these 4, not unless there's another team or Lidl Trek commit a little bit more to this chase.
Well, there's my question. Is there any other team that would throw a rider or 2 in there? Is there anyone that might be interested? Are there any alliances that might be formed? Or is there anyone who would see a personal team interest in trying to do a bit of chasing here?
There's no multiples here. There's a couple of EF riders there, but they've got a rider in the breakaway. You look down the line there. You've got Decathlon with a few riders, but they don't have someone that can, sprint the likes of Mats Pedersen. So Aramburu as well, he's a decent enough sprinter, but I think there's only one Cofidis rider there, and it's him.
Schelmoza and Juan Ayuso, the GC riders for the Lidl Trek squad, sit at the wheel of Mats Pedersen. And the UAE Team Emirates squad take their cue from what's happening in front of them at the moment. The Visma Lease bike team happy enough to be close to the front, but no collective interest for them.
I'll say this now, Declan. If Mats Pedersen wants to win this, he's going to have to ask. It's only the last 11 kilometres. He's going to have to ask maybe Schelmoz to ride a little bit. I think it's the only way that they're going to bring these 4 guys back, because all 4 of them are right. They're not messing around too much. We know that Baudin has to go solo. We know that Tobias Johannesson has to go solo. But Pidcock and Mathieu van der Poel know that. But they're still riding at the moment. They're not sitting at the back, because if they do start to sit at the back, then it doesn't help the breakaway, and they still want to have a chance. They think that maybe if they keep where they are, they've got a chance of winning by a late attack. Looking at maybe Pidcock and Mathieu van der Poel marking each other out, so they still have a chance. That's why they're still riding, because in this situation for Baudin and Tobias Johannesson, you wouldn't normally ride, because you're thinking about saving something to either go solo. It's because the gap is only 42-43 seconds. They're forced into riding.
inside 10 kilometres to go. There can be no hanging back from these riders. I tell you what, they're going to have to ride it all the way to the line. A little bit of a ramp actually in the final kilometre. The final 800 metres or so just eases up by about, what, 3% or something like that. Let's look at it now. Yeah, it's inside those final 800 metres that it just starts to grip a little bit. 5, 4, 6%, something like that. And yeah, I had the average slightly less than that, but it's an interesting finale, perhaps one that skews it potentially a little bit towards Pidcock, but didn't. And Mathieu van der Poel look really, really impressive on that last climb.
Well, you just noticed there at the front there that Derek G is now drifting back, so that only leaves 2 riders at the front. That's not enough to bring it back now. I said it just a moment ago, if they want to bring it back for Mads Pedersen, then he's going to have to ask his GC riders to do a little bit, whether they can or not. But Simmons and it's Verona now at the front, so Simmons has dropped back, G's dropped back. It's getting touch and go now, and I think it's getting a little bit too late. Maybe they made decision a little bit too late in the run in towards the final, but it's looking a lot better for these 4 now.
They're still not at a point where they can start to play a game, John.
No, they're completely committed as a 4 at the moment. This is where those experienced riders, you almost have a conversation, really make an alliance here with the 4 and almost say we need to get to this point and then we can start messing around. But all 4 know what they need to do, trying to just share the workload as best as possible.
So we're thinking about Pidcock and Van der Poel as the best sprinters in here. They'll be entirely comfortable with the idea of 4 riders going to the line. What about Tobias Hallen Johannesson and Alex Baudin? How do they secure a stage win? Because right now, third or fourth for them is not all that exciting.
The only way is to go solo, and you have to choose your opportunity. That's the only way that either of those 2 can win this stage today. But I think the way that Mathieu van der Poel's riding at the moment, he's not going to allow anything. He's waiting for these riders to attack. He's going to go with everything. I think the 4 riders are going to come to the finish together.
Looking good for a 4-up gallop to decide honours on stage 9. The crowd swells in size as we head towards a brand new stage town that is Ussel. It's going to be 2,860 metres of climbing by the time they're finished. The final 45 kilometres or so, 680 metres. So it's not. It's a lumpy old day.
There's a launch here, this track here, and there's another couple of opportunities here, but yeah, nobody's deciding to go for the moment. But I think Mathieu van der Poel is minded to, he'll just jump on everything. He'll take his chances, Mathieu van der Poel, in a sprint.
Well, we remember Tom Pidcock's victory on the 12th stage of Tour de France back in 2022. Mathieu van der Poel as well has also enjoyed success. These 2-stage victories in his career. For Alex Baudin, it would be career-defining stuff. Tobias Hallen Johannesson, best stage finishing position of 3rd, 6th overall, of course, last year. He's a fine climber, he's a great all-round bike rider. And a stage win, though, would be another important milestone in his career, were he to secure it. For Baudin, well, it's he's had a great season to this point. He's really stepped up. He's in a new place. Well, a stage victory would be absolutely massive for him.
It's huge. This now, at 6 kilometres to go, we start to descend all the way flat and down. So this is the final drag that the peloton really need to punch over and close this gap down if they've got any chance. When they get over the top, they need the numbers there, and it looks like Derek G. West has done his turn. It's now just Verona and Kevin Vauquelin.
Yeah, the chance is gone. The chance went, I think, before when Simmons went out the back there and G was giving it absolute everything. They had nothing left. Now we're over the top of this drag here, and like you say, John, the run into towards the finish. They can't afford to mess around, and I don't think they will mess around. Of course, for Johannesson and of course Baudin, they'll be thinking, how on earth can we beat even Pidcock and Mathieu van der Poel? So it's going to be difficult for them to try and get away. But I just think there was a moment just before. And then it was a a couple of minutes afterwards that we saw Lido Trek actually come together. So yeah, that shows you sometimes there's a delay in you know, making the call. But you know, they haven't even used maybe Skelmos, which they could have maybe to do a little bit. But it's looking a lot better for this group now. Who's your pick? I think for me, Mathieu van der Poel.
Who's your pick, John?
I think I'd go Tom Pidcock. He came into the start today, you know, from the gun, really motivated, and the end of a hard day, maybe just have that little extra punch.
I have Mathieu in my fantasy team, so. Four for the win, that's the way it seems, albeit they've pared this one back ever so slightly, down to 38 seconds. No time for any play acting just yet. 5 kilometers to go, and the gradient is mostly with them. The wind, such as it is more across them. It's about 9-10 kilometers an hour, so not really a huge factor here, but it's more to the favour of the peloton ever so slightly. Cross head a little bit as they run towards the finish line.
Yeah, there is a slight turn. With around 200 metres to go, we go to the right. For the final 200 metres is straight, but it's all about timing it. So when they turn right with that final 200 metres, the wind will be from their right-hand side, right front. So it's all about positioning there as well if you want to launch. If you get to the left-hand side of the road, maybe when you get it, you then don't allow the riders to have that protection from the wind.
Well, we're watching the group of the Maillot Jaune. It swelled in size a little while ago as a result of the thinning out of that breakaway up front. Quinn Simmons and Derek G. West, Leonard Van Eetveld dropping back, and others. Now it's Pablo Castrillo as well. Simmons is out of the back of the main peloton. The group of the Maillot Jaune, well, helped to make this a very interesting day indeed. We've had it's just all action, isn't it, throughout the day. It just has been the most extraordinary arm wrestle. The distance cut back, compared back to 154.5 kilometres. Still a decent length of a stage today, and it hasn't let up since the start. We had a sustained battle for that intermediate sprint after 14 kilometres. Mats Pedersen took the points there and decided he was going to try and stay in the hunt as long as he possibly could. He's managed to maintain a position in the peloton. The only other fast man in there is Michael Matthews, who's welded to his back wheel right now, with thoughts and hopes that maybe, just maybe, they close this one down eventually. And now for the first time we're seeing another team starting to make an appearance. It is the Cofidis squad who are showing at the front. Jon Izagirre and Alex Aramburu in the main peloton behind. Not sure what the thinking is here. Maybe just try and set something up for Aramburu.
Yeah, set up for Aramburu. He's a good finisher on a little punchy uphill climb. He won a stage of Tour of Belgium just 2 weeks ago. Maybe not difficult enough for him, but at the end of a hard day like today, Aramburu is definitely worth trying to go for, and that's what Cofidis are trying to do.
Yeah, we mentioned him in the run in there, but why wait now?
Yeah, they should have done it earlier.
Yeah, well, we get this all the time, you know, late calls. The others will do it. We can sit back and no, you have to do it. You have to get to the front. You can't assume that these guys are going to be brought back by Lido Trek. So, yeah, look, you have to be in it to win it. And Aramburu, not as fast as maybe Mats Pedersen, but you know, you have to give him that opportunity. But that opportunity is gone because these guys are going to come to the line.
2.5 to go, and Haaland has missed a turn. He's decided not to go up here. So he's, well, just as I say, it's Bodan just slots in. They're all just clicking those ratchets on the boa straps just a little bit tighter. We haven't needed the fire engines today, but hosing them down after this one might be welcome. Found wide across the road. They've got 30 seconds of an advantage to play a little game, but a ramp to the finish line. It's going to slow the progress of this group, so they can't afford to do too much messing around right now. As you can see, they're down to a mere 56 kilometers per hour as they hit the barriers. 1,500 meters remaining. They'll know that with 800 to go, things get really grippy.
Yeah, well, they're leaving it really late now, Bodan and Johannesson, because they are the two that cannot come to the finishing line with Van der Poel and Tom Pidcock. So, yeah, 26 seconds. It is coming down, but they're starting to ease now. They're starting to think about this finish, but it's going to be a late attack here from Tobias Johannesson or Bodan if they're even thinking about trying to win.
Tobias Halland Johannesson, when he began his career, you know, with stage wins and things like the Tour of Norway, and that would occasionally come up with a really... Ethan Hayter, I remember him, you know, doing a bit of a number on, so he has got a little bit of a punch on these short ramps. I don't think we entirely rule him out, but red-hot favourite at the moment is Mathieu van der Poel. That's why he's on the front. Tom Pidcock is stalking his rival. Tobias Halland Johannesson also believes. Alex Baudin, can he go for an early one here and maybe just ambush the others who might not be willing to close it down? The gap down to 18 seconds. This is going to be perilously close as they wait to launch. They'll try and be as fresh as possible, but coming behind with a big old run, well, Mathieu van der Poel is minded to make sure that he can see what's happening amongst this breakaway group, and also, no doubt, is having a little look to see what's happening from behind. Pidcock similarly, maybe getting a little bit anxious, because through the heat haze behind is an enormous group starting to get set for the sprint to the line. Mads Pedersen is in fine position and ready to launch. Here comes Pedersen with a run, and now Mathieu van der Poel still at the front. Pidcock, Tobias Halland and Alex Baudin, they wait, they've got time to do it. Who's going to go first? Who's going to get on the pedals? And who's going to have the strength to endure at the end of 154.5 kilometres? It is Mathieu van der Poel. Tobias Halland Johannesson gets straight up and onto his tail. He looks good here, but Mathieu van der Poel has had to go for a relatively long one. Will he be able to hold them off? Mathieu van der Poel to the line. Is he going to get the stage win? Of course he is. It's a third stage victory in his career. Mathieu van der Poel holds off Tobias Halland Johannesson, Tom Pidcock and Alex Baudin, and dipping his head, Filippo Ganna. Great performance to get to the line to fend off Mads Pedersen, who scores good points in the competition for the points classification. But it's Mathieu van der Poel that gets the win. He's delivered the expected success after an exhausting day of racing.
Well, he did look the strongest, especially in that last climb there when he went from the bottom. Made the difference, and the run in there. Wow, if Philipsen can't do it, I certainly can.
But Tobias Halland Johannesson, he was that quick onto Matthew's tail when they started to begin that sprint. But, well, he had that extra bike length advantage, and the overheads, John.
Yeah, you could see the difference. Van der Poel went, Tom Pidcock accelerated, then had to sit down and go onto his tops. Halland Johannesson onto the wheel, but it was all about Mathieu van der Poel. He led it out in that final kilometre in complete control, and he knew, I think, from the day today, once he was in that breakaway, if he comes to the finish, he was the fastest, and what a win from the Dutchman.
I tell you what, Ganna winning the bunch sprint behind. Yeah. Wow, beating Pedersen.
We've seen it a few times, though, with Ganna at the Vuelta. He seems to, in the Grand Tours, he wants to be part of those big bunch sprints. So picked up 2 second places, I think, back in 2023, Filippo Ganna.
But it career best second place finish for Halland Johannesson, but not enough to overhaul Mathieu van der Poel. Arms spread wide. Relief for Alpes in Premier Tech after disappointment in the sprints over the last few days. Frustration for Pidcock. Fine third place finish for him. For Baudin as well. Much to take from the day for the EF Education Easy Post squad and for their French team member. But it is Mathieu van der Poel delivering another stunning success. He's 31 years of age now. Still capable of doing this on a consistent basis. A broad beaming smile. At last, relief for Van der Poel.
He didn't know who won.
Well, Tadej and friends went a long way to making this an interesting day, didn't they? Because the break eventually prevailed, but it was not absolutely certain for a long time. Here's the finishing order. At the conclusion of stage 9, it's Mathieu van der Poel that gets the win ahead of Tobias Halland Johannesson, Tom Pidcock and breakaway companion Alex Baudin. The bunch led in by Filippo Ganna ahead of Pedersen, Matthews, Brouillard, Jordan Gigat and Sean Quint rounding out the top 10. For the EF, 2 in the top 10 for them. But none of the top 3 it's Alpecin Premier Tech that are celebrating. The third career success for Mathieu van der Poel. He gets the win on stage 9. The difference, ultimately, starting the sprint, open up an advantage of a bike length, and Tobias Halland not able to close the gap. Joy and relief in equal measure for the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. It's season-defining stuff. I think we caught up with Mathieu. Hopefully we'll hear from him very shortly. Let's hear from your stage winner.
Mathieu van der Poel, we saw you struggling the first few days of the Tour de France. We were a bit worried, but you're still around, and today you proved it.
Yeah, it was a super hard day. Start of the tour was not great for our team, but I think, like always, we stayed calm. We have a really nice group here, and we kept believing that it will turn around. And maybe not today, maybe second week, maybe third week, but yeah, it's really nice to go to the first rest day with a win.
And clearly, you adapted to the heat.
Sorry.
Well, not really.
Oh, yeah, no, it was for sure better than the first few days. I was really struggling and also had some difficulties to recover even from the easier days. Today, already the past 2 days I felt a bit better. Of course, they were easier days, but today I finally had some legs to go for it.
Talk us through that final sprint against Pidcock, against Johannessen.
Yeah, I was not so sure. I spent a lot of energy trying to keep the break alive. There was a lot of pressure from the bunch. The roads were horrible for a breakaway, headwind the whole day, and we really we fought for it, and I'm happy to finish it off.
The Van der Poel Festival starts today. There will be more episodes on this Tour de France.
Maybe it's a one-day festival, but at least it was a nice one.
Enjoy it. Thank you.
Well, he was in good humour, wasn't he, at the start of the day when interviewed, and I think people posed some questions even yesterday when Mathieu van der Poel's legs looked in far better nick than Jasper Philipsen, and they thought that Philipsen could be the man who was going to provide them with their stage win at this year's Tour, but Alpecin Premier Tech now have their first Tour stage. Mathieu van der Poel has his third. And he was the man who had to dominate the sprint by going for it all on his own. Be interested to see who wins the most combative rider of the day. Really good performance from Mads Pedersen behind this quartet. Mathieu van der Poel winning the sprint by leading it out. Tobias Harland, Johannessen coming in second. Tom Pidcock third and Alex Boudin in fourth. Peter Ganna winning the sprint to the line behind, just pipping Mads Pedersen. They finished 6 seconds after these guys crossed the line.
Cette étape corrézienne avec 2 nouvelles villes étapes d'ailleurs. Ça en fait 8 maintenant dans le département après Brive-la-Gaillarde.
A little bit of fun getting over the line there.
Eh bien, voici Malmort et Husset Nouvelle désormais sur la carte historique du Tour de France avec un premier vainqueur de renommée internationale, un vainqueur prestigieux, Mathieu Van Der Poel qui l'emporte. C'est aussi la
Kevin Vogler alongside Nicolas Prudhomme. No issues for Tadej Pogacar or for Isaac Del Toro. Hopefully we'll get to the bottom of exactly what they were doing, UAE, during that stage. Man who finished second behind Van der Poel, Tobias Harland Johannesson, speaks to us right now.
Tobias, along in the break, you tried that. First of all, I want to ask you if you expected UAE to leave a bit more of a gap to the break, because we were surprised actually. Were you?
Yeah, I hoped, of course, that they would let the break go as they did the last time, and yeah, we were keen on trying to gain some minutes in the GC, but in the end, it's better to be there up front and fight for the stage than to be in the peloton. So I'm still happy that I did it in the breakaway.
You think they were afraid of you in the end? You were 6th last year in the GC.
I don't think they have to be afraid of me. I'm yeah, still trying to find my legs, and yeah, today was a bit better. So yeah, second place is the first loser, but still better than anything else.
When you bridge on the last climb, Mathieu went deep. Tell us more about the fight there.
Yeah, I knew that Van der Poel would be strong today, and but I didn't expect him to go that deep over the last climb. So I really went all out to catch him, and yeah, in the end we were a group of 4, and I think we did a good job to stay away from the peloton. And yeah, maybe a bit stupid to try to sprint with Van der Poel, but you never know. And I think if I would have won, it would be the coolest victory in my career for sure. So I tried, but yeah, he was strong today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You had to keep quiet.
It's great to see the good humour of the riders knocking around at the end of today's stage after a brutal opening 9 stages of the Tour de France. The rest day will be welcome tomorrow. Lots of splintering out on the stage today. Various different groups making their way up and across the line, cheered on by the crowds who've come out in force in Ussel, being used for the very first time as a stage town in the Tour de France. Third on the stage today, Tom Pidcock, and we're going to get his reaction from the finish line.
Tom, amazing effort today, amazing performance. He didn't work for the win, must be frustrating a little bit, but I think the performance was great.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be, yeah. My climb there, my shifter stopped working, and I couldn't change gear, and then I realised I could only change on the top, but then in the sprint, I was focusing so much on the sprint, I was on the drops, and then that button wasn't working, so I started sprinting and I couldn't change gear, so then I had to go on my hoods. And yeah, I don't know what's wrong, but my bike works perfect the whole race, and then the day that the wind is there, it doesn't work. But
So Tom, sorry, can you just explain? Do you actually know what was wrong with the back?
No, like the shifter, the button doesn't work. Only the top one. So I don't know.
At least you almost fix it with a kick, so you know how to react in those situations again.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, I didn't fix it with the kick, because I didn't do anything. But it's just this, the top button, the hood shifter, still works. But anyway, Mathieu is a difficult one to beat in those situations in sprints like that. So it would have been difficult anyway. But I'm happy for a good day racing, and yeah, nice way to go into the rest day.
At least you know that because we talked after Tourmalet that your legs were, improving day by day. You have the evidence today.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I was yeah, felt pretty good all day, even in the heat. So yeah, I mean, it would have been nice if someone so as fast as Mathieu was not there. But yeah, well, yeah. Anyway, congratulations.
Van der Poel, your son has just won another stage of the Tour de France. What are the emotions? That was not an easy stage. It was touch and go whether the breakaway would stay away.
Yeah, but also I think it's a very nice present after the 2 days of hard work the team did, and unluckily Jasper couldn't finish it off. So I think this we needed to be very good in the last 2 weeks.
What was it to keep the riders really on that high motivation after the disappointment from the sprint so far?
Yeah, disappointment. Yeah, it's a disappointment. You don't win, but it isn't a disappointment when you are in the game. You know, there's a big difference. And we knew with Jasper we had the best opportunities to win the flat stages, and stages like this they fit really good Ramses de Bruyne, Mathieu.
Could you make sense of what UAE team Emirates XRG were hoping to try and do today?
Not really, but that doesn't matter. Every team has his own interest and make his own plan, and most of the teams they stick on the plan. We also do. So yeah, that makes it very interesting, I think.
How impressive do you think this victory was? The way that it unfolded, the way that Mathieu won today.
No, I saw only the last 50 kilometers. I heard there was a break of 2 persons afterwards, 1 of 3, and then suddenly he was in the front. So that part I missed. But yeah, you know, it's how they ride actually. It's really impressive, and not also the other teams.
Thank you, Adri. Congratulations.
La combativité à toute épreuve de ces garçons qui ont mis carte sur table cet après-midi dans les derniers kilomètres. Mathieu Van Der Poel fait un beau champion et fait un très beau vainqueur d'étape pour la ville pucelle pour une première arrivée dans l'histoire de la grande boucle pour la commune. Cette étape 100% corrézienne qui permettait de retrouver des montées bien connues avec notamment le Sugomer qui a déjà été escaladé il y a 6 ans. La journée de la victoire de Marc Hirschi, c'était à Saran.
Voilà, on rappelle que les élus évidemment sont fans.
Then the sprint, I forgot again. It's not easy to sprint. Can you give me a map to the bus? Yes. Because my bike is in the. How far is it? Hopefully not uphill, eh?
It's downhill.
Yeah.
And it's on the right.
Alright,
Now everyone has to go to the.
What's up?
No, it's really. Okay. I assume. Matthias.
Alex, il y avait de la concurrence, il y avait des gros morceaux à vos côtés pour jouer la gagne.
Ouais, à la fin, je regardais les 3 qui étaient avec moi, je me dis mais qu'est-ce que je fous là? Et ouais, bah, il n'y avait pas grand chose à faire. Si je commençais à jouer et pas passer, après on allait se faire reprendre. Je pense que dans tous les cas j'étais battu à la fin. C'est vraiment aux qualités de punch par rapport à eux, j'ai rien à faire, mais Mais voilà, je suis quand même content de l'échapper à au bout parce que j'ai vraiment pas compris pourquoi. Je crois que c'est UAE qui roulait derrière, je sais vraiment pas pourquoi. Donc je suis content qu'on aille au bout.
Ça cogite, on se dit c'est impossible que je joue la gagne si on reste à 4 comme ça. Il y a des choses à faire, je sais pas moi, à 5 km, à 10 km.
Je pense pas, parce que c'est sûr à la télé c'est facile de dire à Baudin il passe un peu trop, mais si j'attaque sur le plat, ces mecs là ils sont beaucoup plus forts, hein. Je l'ai senti, j'étais à fond là pendant, je sais pas, à 4 heures là, c'était à bloc tout le long, donc pour avoir la force d'attaquer faux plat descendant, même dans un faux plat montant, j'étais mort, on était tous à la limite, mais je pense pas que je pouvais faire mieux aujourd'hui.
C'est des routes qui vous correspondent, on se souvient de vos victoires sur les Tours de Limousin. Pourquoi ça vous plaît autant ces routes-là?
Bah, c'est un parcours de costaud en fait. C'était une course de solide aujourd'hui. C'est pas, je dirais pas non plus que c'est ce qui me convient le mieux parce que voilà, à la fin je me fais taper, donc c'est pas encore assez dur, mais ça montre que je suis en forme, et si même sur un terrain qui est pas vraiment le mien, j'arrive à être devant, c'est bon signe.
C'est un soulagement maintenant pour l'équipe alpésine qui, on le rappelle, vraiment coutumière du fait sur le Tour de France. C'est seulement la 6e participation de l'équipe, 15 victoires d'étape. Ils gagnent absolument tous les ans, eux aussi, un petit peu comme la Suzanne Quick-Step.
So, here come the Gruppetto up towards the finish line. Mathieu van der Poel, winner of 2 awards today, won the stage win and the most combative rider as well, and getting Alpecin Premier Tech their first stage win of this year's tour.
Quelle complémentarité entre nous dans ce duo qui fonctionne depuis 12 années maintenant. Voilà, je vois effectivement que la pièce fondamentale se met en place. Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention s'il vous plaît dans quelques instants de la cérémonie protocolaire de cette étape entre Melbourne et Ussel. Et on l'ouvre bien sûr avec l'hymne officiel du Tour de France.
So the winner of the stage, Mathieu van der Poel. Third Tour de France stage win in his career. Mathieu van der Poel can celebrate with a huge beam on his face. Have a look at exactly how it panned out earlier today. Of course, a shortened stage, reduced to 155 kilometres rather than the advertised 185.5 kilometres, and that was down to the weather. And there was a real battle to get involved in the breakaway right from the off. Riders splintering here, there and everywhere, and Mads Pedersen was on good form as he claimed the intermediate sprint points in Bena. Second place going to Biniam Girmay, but Pedersen fulfilling his role. Riders continued to try and pull themselves away, and in the end it was 8 men who managed to break away. Tobias Halland Johannesson, Tom Pidcock, Lennart van Arteveld, Pablo Castillo, Alex Baudin, Quinn Simmons, Derek G. West and Mathieu van der Poel. UAE pulled for quite a long time on the front of the peloton, and there was lots of discussion about exactly what was attempting to be done there. In the end, over the last climb of the day, the Mont Bessou, breakaway of 8 was reduced down to 4, and Mathieu van der Poel led Pidcock, Johannesson and Baudin in towards the finish. In the end, it was Mathieu van der Poel with the chasing yellow jersey group just behind him who led out the sprint, and when van der Poel went on this occasion, Johannesson was really the only rider who could respond, but even his response wasn't able to give him enough power to overhaul Mathieu van der Poel, who was able to stand up and celebrate as he crossed the line. Victory. So here is the top 10 from the stage. Van der Poel ahead of Johannesson, Pidcock and Baudin. Then it was Ganna who led the rest. Pedersen in 6th, getting some good points there. Michael Matthews just behind him. Breuer, Jega and Quinn completing the top 10. So 58 days in yellow now for Tadej Pogačar. When he pulls it on after the rest day, he moves level with Chris Froome on 59 days in yellow at the Tour de France. Well, the opening 9 days have been highly entertaining, and we have seen some wonderful images and heard some wonderful things from Jens Vogt, and Jens is going to stand aside on the bike now and allow someone else to take his place. Here are his reflections.
What a day for Mathieu van der Poel, back in business at his top level after struggling in the heat at the beginning of the Tour de France. Jens Vogt, you were on the motorbike. Fantastic day for Mathieu, but also a disappointing one for Lidl-Trek. What do you think?
Well, it was a really hard day for everybody. First of all, it was hot up and down all the long, rough road surface, so a tough day for everybody. For a while, it looked like Lidl-Trek is in the best position of the day. 2 riders, 2 strong riders in the front group. They could say, hey, we got Mads Pedersen, we don't work. Mads, still, for a long time or all day long with Tadej Pogačar, he could have said, I don't work, I got 2 strong guys in the front. So it looked really promising for a long time. And then it kind of like shifted a little bit towards the end, and now Mats was his 5th place, best place for Lidl-Trek.
At least they won the intermediate sprint. Anders, the other big questions today is, why did UAE work that hard? I know you talked to Adam Yates. Did you find it out?
Yes and no. Adam Yates didn't really say why. He said that they were looking into the stage, but then I heard from other riders who were sitting in the group that they were up asking UAE, why are you guys pulling? And it's simply because Lidl-Trek had 2 guys in that break. They're leading the team classification. UAE also won to win the team classification, and I think we should not underestimate that feeling standing in Paris. I reckon Jens can talk more about that. The team, they want to stand there together, united on the podium, and that was the reason.
They want everything. They are cannibals.
Groups continuing to come across the line here. It has been a hard day, a very hard day for many of the riders. Green jersey has gone the way of Mads Pedersen in the opening 9 stages. He hasn't had it every day, but once he got into the lead, he's looked comfortable until the end of yesterday, when suddenly that lead was shorn to about 15 points. Well, exactly 15 points in front of Tim Merlier. Well, Pedersen, with his performance at the end of today's stage, along with the points that he managed to pick up, in the intermediate sprint mean that Mads Pedersen is back firmly in control of the green jersey. So there we have it. Stretch that lead back out to 45 points now over Biniam Girmay, who moves up into second. Tim Merlier drops down into third. Well, people were saying that it was perhaps a disappointing day for Lidl Trek. Let's hear from Stephen de Jong.
Stephen de Jong, you had two riders in the breakaway with Derek G. West and Quinn Simmons. I know you were looking for the stage victory. What happened? Because you came away without the stage victory and the gap was never closed to the remainder of the breakaway.
No, at one point we want to stop them in front, but then Mats was hesitating a bit because I think he was not sure. So we told them to pull a little bit longer, but then, yeah, in the end we saw the gap was not going down, so then we stopped them completely. And then the cohesion was a little bit gone. And we told them to be ready for the last climb because, yeah, we knew they would be decisive. And, yeah, our guys couldn't follow there. So then the decision to make them wait was easy.
Why did Mads hesitate?
I don't know. Maybe, you know, it was a very hard day. Maybe he was not super sure. So that could be the reason.
What was the reason for Quinn Simmons attacking from the breakaway with Tobias Hall and Johannesson when there was a relatively small gap? It was around 35 seconds, the peloton at just over a minute. Do you feel like he actually burnt a lot of matches doing that?
Well, there he burnt for sure some matches, but yeah, we also wanted to create a situation in front where we didn't have to pull anymore. So that was the case.
Going to a rest day now with more points, still with the lead in the green jersey with Mads Pedersen. What's on the cards for the rest day?
Yeah, some individual loops for some riders because they want to go a little bit longer, and longer sleep tomorrow.
Thanks, Stephen.
Well, the King of the Mountains will go more into its own in the coming days. Lots of points up for grabs in stage 10 when we return.
De même que Laurent Dartout, maire de Malmort et conseiller départemental, et Nicolas Mézières, adhérent du Centre Leclerc d'Ussel. Eh bien voilà, Tadej Pogačar qui salue le maire de Malmort. Il apprécie évidemment.
And we'll take a look at exactly what lies ahead after the rest day in Cantal.
Eh bien, pour lui, ça n'est pas une difficulté supplémentaire ni dans un cas ni dans l'autre. Dans quelques instants, le prochain tableau sera le tableau du maillot blanc de meilleur jeune avec nos amis des opticiens. C'est aussi l'audition pour ceux qui, évidemment, ont des solutions adaptées.
Tadej Pogačar, 9 points clear of Jonas Vingegaard in the polka dots at present. Lenny Martinez, I'm sure, will be chasing down some more points when we come back for the second week.
De ce Tour de France, il est chez UAE Team Emirates XRG, c'est Isaac Del Toro, le jeune Mexicain, plein de talent.
Isaac Del Toro is in the white jersey. His teammate is in yellow. Let's hear from Tadej Pogačar.
Tadej, first of all, can you explain us a little bit the tactic of the team today? We were a little bit surprised that you didn't give any room, any advantage to the breakaway.
No, we ride our pace, and yeah, the break had a bit over than 1 minute, and then yeah, when finally we was over with the climbs, we were thinking to go just to finish with Tim, and yeah, then other teams come and start to chasing full gas, and yeah, actually was a good day for us.
Going into the rest day, first of all, how much are you happy to go into the rest day, and will you treat yourself with a special meal tomorrow? Anything you want to eat special for the rest day?
No, just a bit of recovery and good food, like from our nutritionist Gorka and our chefs, and yeah, it will be very fast over the rest day.
Thank you so much. Best.